don't need you. I want money. I don't want you. I want money.
Welcome back in. We're 1-0 to Battle for Battle. We're getting ready for day 2 of Garena Masters VI live at the Garena Call of Duty mobile, Facebook, and YouTube page. And we got your boy Cali Giving down here with Enzo. And yesterday, Stalwarts eSports and Elevate respectively taking the #1 and the #2 standing respectively at the end of the day for their group. And now we're gearing up for Group B. A couple of standouts in Smart, Omega, and Scatty, and the rest, Enzo, they're out here to prove themselves.
I mean, there is a lot of teams uprising here so far. We do have Prestige and Odin, making a clinch and was able to qualify for the Green Master 6 Battle for Valor here. I mean, they are at the bottom seed, and I want to see how they're going to be able to rise up to the top. Revox Invicta is also included in the mixture, but it's something that we have to talk about later on.
Yeah, the Big Boys is also one team to note about, right? This team came in from our Community Gladiators event, and although they did not finish as high as they wanted to be, they are here playing at Garena Masters VI at the professional level. Now, we also got Smart Omega here, the Garena Masters Season 2 and Season 3 champions, and they are fielding a new player on their roster. And the question is, will he be the X Factor? That we get to find out as they play AX Prestige on the fourth card of the day's schedule. And yeah, a lot of teams out here trying to prove themselves, Enzo. But one thing for sure, that a team that's been on the rise but has not created that level of, proficiency in terms of taking so much eliminations and bragging out top 3 standings is COD.
Oh yes, COD has been around the Green Master Series for the longest time as well. And the problem is that they really struggled quite a lot. I mean, the farthest that they were able to bring this COD branding was 4th place in one run for the Green Masters. So it's something that is kind of questionable on how far they want to go, because, these lineup changes hasn't been working. Hopefully this time around, it could be a different look.
Yeah, let's catch up a bit on what you're missing, get you in and to know more about the tournament format. We started on the qualifiers where 32 teams across Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines fight for the 16 spots on the group stage. Then divided it into 2 groups of 8 teams, playing a play-all-3 map format on each series. Only the top 4 from each group makes it to the playoffs. And Enzo, every map and series counts.
Yeah, I mean, you get per team, they get 7 matches each year. They gotta make sure that they get the most out of it. You can't toy around. Every point matters. We've been in this situation before where there was a clincher right after the group stage, and the admins had to decide which team will be able to make it to the next stage of the competition.
They don't want to be missing out on the playoffs, because that's where all the goodies gets a lot better. Now let's come and check out what's there to fight for as we take a peek of the prize pool. The deeper you are into the tournament, the higher the payout gets. $25,000 is on the line for Garena Masters VI, and the champion claims the lion's share of $10,000.
And moving over, we got 4,500 here for the second place, 3,000 for the third, fourth will get 1,500, 58 will get 750, 9 to 12 will get 500, 13 to 16 will get 250. And obviously, Callie, as we always mention, it's not just always about the prize pool that you'd want to claim, it's the crown of Garena Masters that you're talking about, and you gotta take the one away from Elevate.
And Elevate is the defending champions, right? But if you try to take a look at the past champions, it's either Blacklist International Ultimate, which is non-existing now, but you also got Smart Omega, who is still up in there, trying to prove themselves and trying to reclaim back that title. Now, we're moving into our qualified teams in the group stage. Yesterday, we saw Group A with a lot of action. We saw STE going to get those dominance over the team that they were facing up against, which was Immortal. But I think for me, the most memorable part about yesterday was how Elevate just shredded that standoff hardpoint up against the team they're playing up against Exclusive.
Yeah, Exclusive just shattered big time right there. I hope they do get to learn from their mistakes now. But hey, the showcase of Group A is already said and done for day number 1. Day number 2, here we go. We got Revox Invicta, Delulus, Big Boys, Smart Omega eSports, Scatty, Sage Ultimate, AX Prestige, and AAA Odin.
This is the teams that, again, you want to mention, right? Smart, Omega, and Scatty. Those are going to be the teams that are looking to be the front runner, taking away the number 1 and the number 2 spot. But the 3rd and 4th spot is going to be a toss-up between the MYSG teams that we got here in Revox and the Lulus, plus your team from AX Prestige. And yeah, they're going up against these Philippine teams that have played at the collegiate level in Sage Ultimate, plus Odin, which, by the way, was coached by Enzo for quite some time back in the local scene.
Yeah, it was a tandemship between me and Alea, and we were able to bag a regional championship for the local scene there. No, I'm really proud to say and really proud to see that they are now making their presence here, especially to you, Dino and Jedzi. But man, in their bracket is a 2-time Garena Masters champion, Smart Omega eSports. It's not going to get easier at all, especially once they progress throughout the tournament. Comparing it to Group A, of course, it is a bracket that's not too heavy, but at the same time, they gotta make things worth their time, especially when they are greeted with every single team up in their faces.
I want to talk more about Big Boys because they're the only team coming in from our Community Gladiators event held by Garena to be able to springboard their way into the pro scene. But enough of that, let's take a look at our features and which maps are we going to be playing, right? We saw a bit of a peek on the new map set that we got for Search and Rescue. We saw Coastal as well as Tunisia yesterday, but we haven't seen much of the Terminal, Kurahana, and Takeoff, right? These teams really love to avoid those maps, but come on. As a casters, I want to see these new map features be done today, man.
I mean, you know, Takeoff was present in the competitive map pool for Search and Destroy back then, but obviously we are now talking about Search and Rescue. And if you want to talk about and elaborate more about Search and Rescue, you got to admit, a lot of decision making has to be involved into the mixture, whether you want to go for the revive, you want to go for the push, or you just want to let your teammates get dropped there to the ground because, you know, it's not really practical to pick up, no. And the proper usage of utilities is so critical here for Search and Rescue, especially for those scans that could be bound to happen.
Yeah, there were several moments yesterday where we saw a team try to go in for a scan, but then ended up costing their team that round because they were intercepted by the opposing team who was able to get that read like a book, right? So this team's definitely truly giving birth to that medic role in Search and Rescue. As much as possible, they want to have 4 aggressive players in there, then one guy holding at the back line that can get that scan to put their teammates right back into the lobby. And interesting developments, I want to see more today because we got the S&D Kings, well, arguably formerly known as the S&D Kings in Garena and Smart Omega. But enough of that now as we take a look at the schedule and check out which team will play to kick off the Group B of Garena Masters VI group stage. We got 4 matches. Warden, what are you looking forward to today's sets of games?
Honestly, Big Boys and Odine, man. It's been the longest time that Odine, especially Dino and Jetsi, that they have been longing for an opportunity to showcase their skills in the broadcast. And come again, you know, they didn't really suffer a lot in the community tournaments, but I know for a fact as well that, hey, gameplay is so much different, especially when you qualify for the Garena Masters that everyone has been talking about.
I love to agree with that, Fred. And also, this is the first time we see Smart Omega with their new roster today. Same thing can be said with Scotty, so make sure you stay updated with our set of schedule for today, as we want to remind you all once again to watch and subscribe to Garena Call of Duty Mobiles and social media to stay updated every time we post online. We are starting the first match right now, and we gotta talk about the Lulus and Revox Invicta. We're talking about one team that has a couple of Garena Masters players in there and a completely new team in Revox Invicta. Yes, you can say that there is going to be a significant advantage for the Lulus as they've been playing with a lot of repetitions now. But obviously, with a team that has not experienced Garena Masters so far, they have that curveball that can be utilized, right? But we're taking a look at the Lulus lineup right now. We got Sin, Zen, Ivan, Alec, Barney, and Dragons.
I mean, you got to talk about Sin and Zen here, especially if you want to talk about, you know, the veterans, the team that could really rock the ball here. And at the same time, you know, we have one presence here from the Community Gladiators players. That's going to be Dragons for you. And guess what? Impactful player he was, but at the same time, this is where you are about to really get tested in the battlefield.
The Community Gladiators that we got, right, that we've been having for the past 2 seasons already, it's been definitely one way to kickstart your professional journey. And once again for Dragons, let's see if they can absolutely tear it apart, because they're going up against Revox and Invicta, as they got Pangy, Eclipse, Lonely, Wards, Kozu, and 888. Now, again, a completely new squad, not much information. Now, that can be an advantage for them to surprise us, maybe, as they look to put themselves in the board as becoming one of the next MYSG threat in the region.
I just love the fact that Eclipse was hitting that sheesh face right there. That is the first time I've ever seen a pro player hit a sheesh face on a roster picture.
Okay, that's nice, but I want Incendio to do that too, man. I mean, we need to see Incendio with the shish face. I want to see that happen.
The whole squad, bro.
Oh, I mean, I'm looking at Revox, but I'm picking up Incendio. What am I on, right? Of course, that team is just so compactful, but yeah, they're looking pretty excited about their first game. It's going to be their debut, so I'm excited to see, what kind of personality they'll be able to bring, as you got a couple of players actually playing right beside. Those are going to be coming in handy, as the information can just get relayed as fast as they can. And I'm loving that we got new players in there that definitely wants to become the next best thing in the region itself.
We got a little bunny, we got a pretty little devil here. I mean, the personality from the set of Revox Invicta is really popping off. And the bunny and the little devil is next to each other, back to back.
Wow.
Okay, we got a boot camp game going on.
Okay, so interesting development that we got here, right? Not normally you do see teams from MYSG be very close to one another, right? At some point, they're gonna have to fly just to be able to be with each other, right? And I'm talking about the Almighty before, back when they had Jepro on the lineup, and Shut Up, right? If I'm not mistaken, Shut Up is in Indonesia, but I may be wrong. But again, for Revox Invicta, this is already a plus points for them. They will be playing with 4 of their members at least right beside each other. And so,
it means quite a lot. It really means quite a lot for you to play next to each other, have this boot camp system going on, because teams like Elevate really struggled quite a lot when they didn't have no boot camp. But once they were able to play next to each other, the chemistry just built up and the performance really drastically improved.
All right, here we go. Maps and modes for Group B stage day 2. We got the Lulus and Revox. And I don't know which one's more the Lulus. I think Revox was more the Lulus than the Lulu team itself, right? But yeah, Hardpoint Summit, Search and Rescue Coastal. Oh, I love me some of that. Control Arsenal will be our 3 maps. I mean, it has been a staple for the first 2 days that we see Coastal and Arsenal as the map picks for both the Search and the Control game mode, right? But finally, we're seeing a new change of pace as we got Hardpoint Summit. It's been a staple by Garena. It has been their best map. And yeah, many regions fear it when we play this Summit map because of how fast our SMG is. So this is going to test these MYSG teams and how well can they handle the fast-paced action that this Summit Hardpoint is going to provide.
Yeah, to run it down once more, it's going to be a Shenda and Hackney Yard that Revox Invicta will be banning. The Lulus will be taking away Apocalypse and Standoff, hence leaving Summit here. Search and Rescue, Kurahana Metropolis, Tanisha, Revox Invicta, they don't want to play in that field, not just yet. The Lulus Terminal and Takeoff, that's going to be leaving Coastal right there. And for Revox, in Control, it's going to be Ray, the Lulus Seaside, forcing Arsenal.
Now we take a look at their operator skills. Now we saw how much the operators came in when Team Star Magic brought out their operator skills up against DVK Oblivion back when they were playing at Hardpoint Standoff. That P4 hold at the bakeries was the deal breaker in how they scored a Munhill and just completely turned the tides around to get them that win. And overall, the series itself for the Lulus and Revox, what do we got here, man?
I mean, we got an operator. Obviously, it's an operator skill set list here. Sin is going to be on the Equalizer, Zan with the Claw, Ivan with the Sparrow, Dragons with the Purifier, Barney on the War Machine. And then on the flip side, we got Pangy here with Annihilator, Eclipse with the Purifier, Lonely with the Claw, Equalizer for Wards. Last but not the least, we got Sparrow here for AAA.
Interesting development here for Revox because they don't have the War Machine, and we all know the value of that when you're playing at longer distance as an anchor, right? And yeah, we might be able to differentiate the impact of that as they try to prepare more with an Annihilator setup comparing to that War Machine. So now we get to see it. Hardpoint Summit will be our first map of the day, and I'm excited because this is an MYSG showdown. We've been begging for something like this for the longest time, and finally we are here seeing this thing about to go down.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty wild here, especially when it's Summit now. Summit, you can talk about those R9s coming in. We did question the presence of the R9 for like the yesterday's run, and I know for a fact for sure here in Summit, it's going to be wildly present. At the same time, for SMGs, Type 19 might just be the way to go. I don't think we're going to be seeing any Odins for the AR category. Might lean towards the ground.
I would love me some Odin, right? I think that's the best weapon that I can use as an AR if I'm a pro player. But we're pretty lucky that we don't got the MG42 yet, as it's still restricted because it's part of the new update, right? But as long as we got Garena Masters VI running around, right, at some point it's gonna be available. Maybe at the playoffs where we might just see that LMG cause so much chaos because it's basically an LMG with a time to kill as fast as a Fennec. So that's super OP if you ask me. But so far, just by looking at the current weapons that we need to deal with, right? Obviously, SMG is going to be more about the Fennecs. We also got some switchblades happening around yesterday. And I guess it's just finding the right mixture in there.
Well, here we go. Game is now going to be starting off here. Day number 2, first match of the day. It's going to be Hardpoint Summit here. So far, we are seeing it's going to be Delulus here on the better side. Revox and Victa. Let's see what's the respondent.
All right, again, it's going to be a back and forth scrappy. You want to toss up all your nades as much as you can. Turn this into a money hill if you can win those first wave of gunfights. Barney so far, yeah, he's got an Odin. Yep, he's just devouring everything up, but Revox and Victa finally gets inside a hill.
Again, you don't really want to expect to see an Odin here, especially on this map. Specifically for hardpoint number 1, because the fire rate is not really going to support the personality of this very hardpoint here, no. But so far, we are seeing that Delulus will be getting a lot of significant map control. Back computers here will get controlled out. That's going to be player 1 Dragons anchoring for the squad. And Revox and Victa, they fall into shambles. But fortunately, in the long-term run, they do have that rotation as well for hardpoint number 2.
Getting the green spawns is obviously an investment, but that can be cancelled by Delulu's advancement at the top floor of this hardpoint so far. It seems like they're just going to play for the power positions as Ivan's going to get the green spawns in control. Revox still holding on to the point. Got a lot of rotation to do. They do need to make this break a bit as a team, and Pangi is able to break from the back. And he's going to get taken down there. Nice hold so far by the Delulus as they win the first wave on P2.
Yeah, Delulus here just putting Revox and Victa down the burners. Full control, full in custody of the situation here. And they start things off here with mid-snow control alongside with Green Radar. The spawns are so well favored. If they're able to polish up 2F control, it might just be another money hill here for the side of Delulus.
Yeah, smokes could be very beneficial for Revox right now, but Ivan just putting on a turn and burn. Brings out the Sparrow this time, gets himself 11 kills, and I'm liking what I'm seeing as Delulus is able to control the map so far, forcing Revox to just spawn over towards catwalks over and over again, and Ivan, he is just on a tear. He's got himself over 9 kills, plus this EMP system that will be available for them to use as we hop into P3. That's gonna be essential.
Yeah, 5 consecutive waves there that Invicta just lost out on, and if I was them earlier, should have went for that early rotation for that P3, because, come again, once you solidify yourself from, spawning near to the hard point, it is very unlikely that you'll get broken down with a proper system inside a hill itself. But as we open up there, player 1 Dragon is going to be anchoring for the side of Delulus. We got 4 players inside a hill. Investments galore here for Delulus, and it's just burning Invicta down to the ground.
Yeah, nice investment with the claw there, just completely obliterating the players coming in from the front right then so far. 4 operators investment, and everything is just going into place for Delulus as they finally get themselves a 100-point lead. Need a massive bounce back if you're Revox and Victor right now. Cannot get any break from the front. They don't have any players set up on the backside. Oh no, no, not that. Okay, oh finally they do get the spawns. All right, that will be nice.
Yeah, very nice here, and they were looking for some intention to extensively push towards hardpoint number 1 to possibly flip the spawns away in Invicta. If ever they do lose the gunfights in the process, they might just absolutely lose that opportunity now to get another early rotation. As we get to see 3 players now from the side of Invicta losing the gunfight there in transition to P4, they're going to be spawning back donuts, and that is not really the space that you'd want to see. Hence, another run here for Delulus to get that early rotation.
Oh no, they do get broken down by Delulus, and it's a nice attacks coming in from Zen to take over the tracks there. And so far, they're going to be forcing their way inside with the utilization of the claw. And Lonely finds a 3-piece with that, but Dragons brings out the Purifier just to burn everybody to pieces. We got that spawn flip once again. Revox inside, but Sin is going to get himself involved in the gunfight department. He's got 44 seconds inside of the point. Lonely, he's been playing great so far in this P4. Finally able to get himself inside the board. Getting himself a 2-piece here this time. And Revox finally scoring a great amount of time in this P4. This is, I must say, very essential for them as they do want to not give Delulus that 200-point mark reach as we enter the reset.
Yeah, you get to see the impact as well once you do hold on to the power position here, spawning back red. It is just a very easy take, especially when you want to hold on inside a hard point. But at the same time, if Invicta wants to long for that type of play, it's not really going to happen here for this hard point number 1. I mean, not a very easy hard point to define your spawns into, but obviously you'd want to take bottom stairs if ever you are longing for that break.
Yeah, 51 to 161 as we enter the reset here. P1 Dragons holding down a power position. Nice shots from Eclipse, gives him a nice haircut. And Mars is holding down the jail cell. And yeah, finding this bottom control is as essential as finding the top floor. They do need to take down Zen, who's got a claw. He's just preventing every player in there. Reinforcements will be made, and they will be getting themselves back inside the hill. And yeah, this is it, man. 59 to 169, 20 seconds left. Definitely some traction that we're seeing for Revox, but the gunfight still being dominated by Zen.
Really good utilization for the trophies here coming in from the side of the Lulus. They always have one trophy inside a hill that's mitigating the forces, the utilities here coming in from the side of Invicta. And now they gotta find means to double it down. They have a lot of more opportunities this time around, and they do get the spawns here for a Green Raider. Invicta we go. If only they are able to get the break inside a hill, till then points can come flooding towards them.
All right, now you got your winning conditions in your way. You got the green spawns, but it's just the War Machine from Barney that just dismantles every part of your attack coming in from the front. And Barney is just that so damage dealer, and the reason why the Lulus is able to get that break right in time for the hard point to open up. Dragons on the kill feed again. Mr. Community Gladiators player just scoring some impact, playing the perimeter game and just ridding Revox Invicta into just entering inside of the point. Ivan has got himself 29 kills here as well. Already reaching the 200-point mark, and they can just extend this further. Get the last 15 seconds and end it at P3.
Yeah, you just gotta talk about Dragons here. I mean, yes, for sure, only 17 kills, but at the same time, him playing as an anchor, it's a very low engaging role for a team to have, though. And look at that. I mean, he's just doing his job remarkably well, getting another early rotation, holding down the spawns here for the squad. And as soon as this hardpoint opens up, Invicta has to face another retake situation.
I don't even mind that Dragons is not having a lot of kills here. He's got 17, but he's done his role to become the anchor for this squad as they set up this P3. Immediately spawns his team on his back once they get dropped by the catwalks, and now they only need 25 points to take this one over. The Lulus, again, this is a new form roster by Zen and Sin, looking like this might just be the perfect recipe for the MYSG to go right back and track into the playoffs. Revox still trying to get the contest inside. Flooding in, zigzags controlled by Ivan. The pinch play is gonna work. The R9 inside takes down Pengi. The snap back onto Triple Eight, and then they got the final 20 seconds in their favor. But Spawn still inside for Revox. Hunter Killer Drone will be forced out. No one will be taken down, but they can end it here. Should they just remove everybody within the back of this hard point? 4 seconds left. Zen finds a 6-piece with the claw, and they ended in P3. 250 to 90. We got another 100-point club member in Revox Invicta.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole squad of Revox Invicta here that's going to be entering the 100-point mark club. And very unfortunate there for Revox Invicta. I mean, they had clear intention, especially on hardpoint number 4. Once they were able to gather and take away the spawns, guess what? Points were coming in towards the direction. And looking at that last hardpoint as well, I mean, we had, what, Lonely and Pengi extensively pushing, looking to get the spawn flip, but they struggled big time because they didn't really have any forces to back themselves up inside a hardpoint. Hence, the break comes in, and we got to see the Lulus getting the last initial points for them to finish off the game.
I gotta agree with what you said. Again, the problem with Revox Invicta, yes, they can stack in front, but there's no one to create a distraction from the back. And we saw that on P3, they only pushed through the front. They did not get that green spawns, that green control base, where they can immediately take down the anchor coming in from the P3 hardpoint, right? But they could not get it done because of how fast everything is just going. And the investments of the operator definitely coming in handy, especially for Barney. I gotta give this guy a highlight, right? Nice timing with that War Machine at that second set of hardpoint right through P2. When the hardpoint opened up, he brought it out, immediately finds 4 kills with that, get the players to spawn, get them on the reset, and put his team inside the hardpoint.
I mean, there was a lot of clear intention there for the set of the Lulus. The way that they were able to manipulate the spawns is such a very big, impactful thing to have, especially in a map like Summit. And guess what? You know, you have intentions, you gotta back it up with the gunfights. And hey, clear note, clear take. That is exactly how it's gonna wrap up here for this hardpoint Summit. Revox and Victa, I still have high hopes for them because they were able to refresh the momentum for just a little bit. And when you get the time window where you're able to take the momentum away from your opposition, it goes to show that there is a possibility that you can take a game from them.
Yeah, Pengi definitely showed up greatly for Revox and Victa, but the problem here was that the gunfights from the other side was just too consistent. Zen and Sin were just leading the way. Then you also got a player like Ivan that had an initial spree, I believe was an 11-man kill streak for him, right when he was holding down the catwalks. It was essential for them to obviously grow that lead even further, not give any of the time in favor for Revox Invicta. And Summit Hardpoint definitely brought out the best of Zen because this guy knows how to play the ins and outs on this map back when he was still playing for NV Doctors. 21 Huntsman, and now here this time with his own set of players and own set of talents, able to get the first map win in Garena Masters VI.
The amount of impact of the R90 is really remarkable there. I mean, it was notable, very notable. I mean, in fact, it was the weapon of choice that was able to dominate hardpoint number 2 all the way down to hardpoint number 3. Not so much in hardpoint number 4, but hey, it is what it is. But guess what? For the players of the Lulus, the R90 is still very viable, especially as soon enough we're going to be heading straight to Coastal.
It is, again, the most underrated weapon in the game, and Garena needs to utilize it more than what we are seeing it right now be utilized in, right? There's just a low pick rate at the moment, and I think that it can increase as the day progress, right? As these teams see more of the value of that R9 up close, man. As long as you land the first shot, the moment that you get that second bullet right in front of your enemy's face is already a quick delete, right? And imagine there's two players swarming in only one side. There's a potential that the collateral can just happen. And that power for R9 definitely packs at the close range, but you don't have, you don't have that much of aggression when you're trying to close that distance down. And that's the con that this team maybe is trying to get themselves a little bit more worried about as they want to have more range compared to that damage.
Yeah, and unlike the KRM as well, there is plenty more opportunities you can go for this multi-kills, and it's going to come in pretty crucial here for Coastal. I mean, overall for search and rescue, it is a very viable weapon of choice. You know, I think one practical play here for a search and rescue is that you really have to find means to barge in as a team, and hence, if ever, let's say, you do get a break for a bomb site as an offensive team, you are able to zone things out quickly, and when you are able to, get the elimination, the rest of the players that will be coming from the opposing bomb site will be in rotation. That's going to be giving you a bit of a time window as well for you to get the revive.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that, right? Coastal definitely is a big map, very, very reliant on the long range. The snipers is essential. We saw that a lot yesterday, but there were instances, again, where the R9 was just the superior team, right? It was a superior weapon, and we're going to be able to check that one later on because there's an R9 user here. Now let's take a look at our head-to-head and see what just happened on this game, right? As we try to bring you that as much as possible, do make sure that you take a look at this post-game breakdown first, because this speaks a lot on what happened within the game. The highest impact on Revox is only 90. The lowest for the Lulus is 122, Enzo.
Yeah, and 199 here for Ivan and Barney, alongside with Zen, only a point away from becoming the trifecta of the 199 club here. Sin will be at 172, 122% of Dragons. I mean, impact-wise, if there was an impact scoring in regards to how often Dragons was able to manipulate the spawns for his team, he'd be up there big time. I mean, look at this, 18 to 13. That is exactly the statistics you'd want to have if you want to have an anchor.
For as long as you stay on the positive, I got no problem with your plays,
Yep.
Dragons. And yeah, we're taking a look at our head-to-head and see, again, how much is the difference between the kills, kill times, and the dominance in this game. Honestly, it's just a plus 40 ratio for the Lulus, but the minute on the hill time is just so much. It just, destroys the 2 minutes and 2 seconds by Revox Invicta.
I love the fact that the logo here for the Lulus is the greatest in history. I mean, okay, we'll see how this one is gonna go if once we proceed towards the next few matches here. But overall, you know, impact here, man. 125 to 84, 5 minutes and 40 to 2 minutes and 2 seconds, 250 to 90. It was the score line there overall for the game. So hey, GG, well played.
What's interesting for the Lulus was that Zen wasn't out fragging, right? It was Ivan and Barney that was able to light things up. And these are players that we haven't seen playing Garena Masters, and they are showing up, even doing better than you know, Zen and Sin from the Lulus. And Revox and Victa, this might just be the first game, Jitters, right? This is their first Garena Masters. We can't just be too hard on them, right? This may not be their best game mode. Could be the search and rescue that they're looking for to be able to get some of their shots to lock in. Remember, this is the first time we got no information from this team. This is their opening day, and they just happen to go up against another MYSG squad, which is a delight because we've been looking forward to this kind of battles for so long.
Yeah, I mean, search and rescue, very critical game mode, involves a lot of gunfights, crucial gunfights and decision making. And yeah, moving over once more to the maps and modes, 50 to 90 here, gonna be in favor for the side of the Lulus. We're gonna be moving over to search and rescue coastal soon enough, and if ever we get to see the Lulus once we're dominant search and rescue, they still have another chance for control arsenal.
Yeah, of course. The Lulus, this is their map pick there. They're gonna have to feel pretty confident here this time. And I want to see Zen back again with that scope because we all knew what he can provide for this team when he was using a right leg AMR. Now the weapon is still as good as it was back in the past, in the previous updates, but the LW3 Tundra is just the better sniper at the moment in the search and rescue game mode. Has a fast ADS, deals that damage, one shot, one kill capability, right? So much of that needs to be taken into consideration by Zen, and Revox definitely needs to keep away from this guy because once he starts hot, we all know what he can provide. He can light it up like a dynamite.
Like a dynamite. They call me off guard right there. I know, Callie, that in some way after possibly quote unquote your casting career gets wrapped up, I know for a fact you're gonna be moving over to singing. So
oh yeah,
hey.
man, I can sing and dance. They call me Chris Brown in my school, man.
That's crazy,
I'm kidding. Only a Jason Derulo. I am just kidding. Come on, man. How about you?
It's something that I don't want to disclose right now, but I think you and me have been
yeah,
talking about. But yeah,
just,
I mean,
just keep doing it. Just keep doing that.
Let's go. Okay, well, let's talk about Coastal here, actually. I mean, a lot of teams questioned that Coastal was added to the competitive map pool, but for me, it's arguably one of the most balanced map for a game mode like this.
It's the best map, honestly, for me. I play a lot of ranked games, and every time I see Coastal available on the map picks, I always try to pick this map because, again, it is definitely balanced. You can have your snipers do your job at you. You can also have your SMGs provide you so much of this work. But one thing for sure that frightens me most for Coastal is that there's a lot of wall-bangable spots here. And if you're watching the China region, you all know how Sun, Uling, Nian, all those players, they know all the wall banks in Coastal. And I think that's where we, as a Garena region, and as a region itself, we need to learn from that and actually make Coastal our one of the best maps because obviously Terminal, Tunisia, it's already been practiced by so many other teams, man.
Yeah, really nice here for Garena to be able to add this one through. But hey, looking like we are about to start off this game here.
Let's get
Coastal
it going.
Search and rescue we go. Let's go.
Yeah, search and rescue. I want me some of this. Right after watching it the first time, I wanted to have another follow-up as we get this one through. Revox here, pushing in at the winery. First blood goes in for the side of Revox and Victa, but the Lulus will be there to get some threads. They can revive back their teammates, and they get to get the bomb plant here too.
That's exactly the clash that you would want to have if you're on the side of Revox and Victa. Gonna be able to put down the reset as well. Zen here is going to be coming in from the tunnel side, and Sin from the flank will be able to get one, but the trade doesn't still come in here for Zen. Delaying the play. Finds one with the Tundra, And now it's going to be a 2v1. Ward shuts him down. And the first round is going to go to the way of Invicta.
They just fully flooded the B side there. They did not hesitate. It just overwhelmed the numbers because they know once they got all 5 members in yellow right inside of that point, they can just revive back their teammates as soon as they clear up the space inside. That's an automatic 5v2. The only way for Revox to get taken down here is through nades, but that will be wasted already by this squad on the Lulu side.
Yeah, 2 in a row here for Invicta to go for the B bomb side, but they're gonna move in quick. Player 5 wrapping around already. And this should be a possible pinch here for the side of the Lulus. Quick as like that. Sin finds a double. Sin gets the trade, but in some way it's a bit too late here. Pengi all alone. Ivan with an R9 with a KRM instead shuts him down, and the Lulus they respond back with their own round.
A nice adjustment made there by the Lulus. Very quick to their feet on what kind of play are they gonna do. They know that once the 2 players that's defending the B side for them will get overrun, they still have an open space right through the back. And if you are Revox, you cannot let that mid-map be open for easy rotation, right? So now they take that attack on towards A. Number 4 in yellow. That's 888. He is gonna be having himself down to the groceries right through the bar. And yeah, kind of playing with his life out there.
Such a good push here from 888. And if the timing is right, he could possibly just isolate Dragons right there, but he does get taken down by Zen. Wards, though, will take down Aliclane. And now Lonely will find Zen as well. Dragons finds a trade onto Pengi, and Ivan pops out with a double kill with the KRM. And now Lonely is literally Lonely here, making a 3v1 situation as the scan comes in here from Dragons.
Yeah, Lonely, he needs to step up, but he gets gone down by Ivan once again. What is this guy on? Come on, we need to see more of this Ivan gameplay because he is torching Revox Invicta on the last 2 rounds itself, scoring 6 kills with the KRM. And this is definitely a battle for fast pace, right? You don't want that guy to get close to you because he can flick it.
So again, very aggressive tempo here for Revox Invicta. First time around that they're going to be taking things a bit slow, but Sin is right there pushed up with a Bison. Come again, if the timing is right, this could be a very dangerous flank here for Invicta.
Ice cream chalk, or the ice cream section is being held by Cinder pretty well. No moves being made by Revox, but you can see the split there. They are kind of anticipating the players to pop out on the B side. That's Pengi able to take down Alec on the B long. So now they can play with numbers. No revives will be made there by Invicta, but Zen is able to get 1 pick, and now they get the dominance on the arches, and they can push anywhere they want to.
You can definitely tell that Delulus is playing so confidently up against Invicta, just pushing over and over again, catching Revox Invicta with their pants down.
Look at the
now
flank.
We get to see now big flank coming in from the side of the Lulus. The pinch comes in, and Invicta, they fall into shambles once more.
Yeah, we can see the same exact thing being created by the Lulus. Just a different pacing here this time. Once again, just letting Revox Invicta put that bomb over towards the B side. And then when that happens, once they get that good read, they immediately try to push Garage and the Fountains. Plus, they make some of their players push all the way to Dining for them to be able to get those shots connecting and just completely not give any chance for Revox to get some shots to go through.
Yeah, and it's going to be a 2-3 split here this time for the side of Invicta. Fortunately, though, they are leaning towards getting more kills compared to the Lulus here.
Number 5.
Last player towards the B-bomb side, but Sin is so quick for the flank. He finds the double. The revive might not be an option anymore as Ivan is not going to waste any time. He finds another double with a KRM.
Oh my God. I am getting so many flashbacks with Ivan bringing that KRM in hand, right? And it's always great to see someone as good as Ivan utilizing a shotgun on a very long-range map, right? I mean, you do got your B-side push there that favors him, but apart from that, that's the only spot he can be utilized very efficiently. Now the push coming in at the A side here this time. Bakery control already in the hands of Boards. A side in Zen. He's gonna pick down 2 players before he goes down.
A very dangerous player he is with the Tundra. And that's gonna be the numbers advantage here for the side of the Lulus, but Lonely does get the trade onto Dragons. Now 2v2. Revive. Not gonna happen at all. Ivan with a KRM. Shoot it loose. The gun's right up against the Tundra. But now we go. The flank comes in. Eclipse taking the shots down. And finally, they scored another round before the switch of sides.
That guy too long and trying to scan his teammate back to his feet. And nice read for Eclipse, by the way, to bring their team a 40 split before we switch the sides. Now they're on the defense here this time. How well is your sniper going to play if you're holding down A long? Lonely. Not so lonely anymore as he's got some company. His teammate goes down. Threads favoring the Lulus on the attack all the way from A.
That's going to be a 3v4 situation. Still favorable for the side of the Lulus. Can they find a pickup? Yes, it will be that case. And now it's going to be a 5v2. Struggling quite a lot. Revox and Victa. One big flank here from player 3. That's going to be Eclipse, but he's not going to be present very long here. Make it a 1v5. This should be it. The read is on for the side of the Lulus. They go for the double chow. And only 2 more rounds to go. 1 more round at least for match point.
It was just all over the place for Revox and Victa on that last round. They tried to throw everybody in the A site when once Lonely and Wards was the first one to go down. They could have utilized more of just playing it slow, letting the Lulus cave in and overextend, right? But it did not happen very greatly. Now Lonely and Eclipse are going to be pushed once again as the attack from the Lulus will be prioritized over towards the A site. Once again, it's going to be a 2v4. Exact scenario we saw for the last round.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest de facto here, to be frank here, is really the confidence coming in from the side of the Lulus, man. They're not really hesitating to make any plays at all. Yes, the res comes in, but Wards goes down. The number still remains the same. Now it's going to be a 5v2, wrap around, 888, go down to the ground. Eclipse once more left alone. Same scenario here, and Alekine will shut him down. Match point now, finally, for the Lulus.
Yeah, you see the problem there for Revox and Victa, that could have been a 2-for-1 flood at the bar. But it was only one player that was managing to get that trigger pulled and get some shots in. And it costed him that 1v1 gunfight. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Lulus all the way to the A side once again.
Yeah, I mean, no hesitation at all. Coming in, Sin, entry fragging, Eclipse, Wards out. 888 does take the kill towards Zen, but Dragons is there as well, spraying down to Type 19. Left alone, 888 down the mid lane. And Ivan shuts him down quickly, as I say. The Lulus, they take that win easy, just like that.
Not even a chance at giving an attack side win to Revox and Victa. And a defensive side win is super difficult to once we were able to switch the sides. Who was the guy dealing most of that damage at the start? It was Ivan. Once we switched the side, it was Sin with the SMG. The Fennec was just obliterating, getting all those first bloods. The entry fragger working for the Lulus, and they take a 2-0 lead in this best of 3.
Yeah, Ivan was just razzling and dazzling on the dance floor, and he was just wrecking it all throughout. I mean, I thought that the R90 will get utilized there, but the KRM is absolutely the weapon that could really complement the personality of Ivan, as we got to see him actually just, pushing up towards the passageways and backslide, slide up, just like that. Pop it through. Ivan accumulating like multi-kills over multi-kills. And you gotta talk about Sin as well. Such a bane of a player, especially when he goes for those flanks.
The first bloods were essential for him, right? We saw him playing it so patiently. He was not wrapping around the connectors on the A side. Moreover, he is flanking all the way from the fountain, heading into the terrorist base. And that was just unacceptable if you're Revox and Victa when you're on the attack side. At least try to put up one player to guard that mid-map, and also the garden right through where the ice cream truck was being held by Sin at one of the instances that we saw them play on the defensive side. And yeah, mistakes like that definitely happens, as this is your first major event, and Revox and Victa cannot let this get over their head, right? You cannot give yourself too much of a hard time. You are going up against a team that definitely knows how to get it done with 2 Garena Masters OG players on the roster.
And in some way, we didn't really call that the Lulus will be one of those strongest hitters here for this very group. At the end of the day, they still have to go against Smart Omega and Scatty for their own bracket here. So they got to find means to double it down, learn from their mistake here as quickly as they wrap off this series, and the rest could remain as history there, Cali. But hey, did someone call as well that the Lulus might just be able to dominate the run here for Coastal Search and Rescue. I'm not so exactly so certain if things can be different as we move over to Arsenal Control, but I hope we get to see something interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the SMG needs to do a lot better for Revox Invicta. That's been missing in this battle. And that's the reason why Sin is just able to get tons of entry frags after entry frags once we switch the side on this Search and Rescue Coastal. And the problem with me, honestly, for Revox Invicta was that once they were outnumbered, they just barge into an area like the bar where we saw Eclipse was trying to take that 1v1 up against the player from the Lulus. When they had a 2-for-1, they did not even try to make use of the numbers game, right? And slightly mistakes like that, those lapses in this decision making, is gonna cost their teams those rounds. And yeah, rookie mistakes just coming through for Revox and Invicta, and just finding that bounce back once again. This may be a 2-0. Yes, you know for sure the Lulus has already won the series, but you can still take a map in your side. It is far from over here. And at the end of this 7 matches that you get to play, we're going to be ranking everybody up. And that map win up against the Lulus might just be the de facto in you making it to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, man. When you're at the Group B here, which is a very undefined group on which team will take the top 3 and top 4 spot, you'd really want to do whatever it takes to score any point that you can, especially when the series still lives on. I mean, yes, I gotta agree. Series is now pretty much over. The win is already given to the Lulus, but if Revox Invicta can claim this last and final point, it might just be able to make the impact in the long run.
Yeah, again, Coastal is definitely those set of maps that needs to be played more with a lot of interpretations just to control the chaos that it can do. And we saw only one strategy for the Lulus once they were on the attack side. Smoke that fountain area, get inside of the bar, push the A side, get that first blood, and it was pretty fast rounds that we did not have any of the players from Revox and Invicta to just get their recovery done, because once the bomb plan was done, it was automatically a 5v2. No rescues were made at that point for this squad because 3 of the players guarding the A site basically was gone in an instant.
You know, something about the Lulus is that they were able to make use of those flanks now. Because the first round, yes, typically no teams really know what the game plan is from one another. But once they got to get through round number 1, all right, Revox Invicta, they were so dominant on towards the B bomb side. Let's try to allocate more forces and make it faster this time around to go for those flanks. Hence why Sin was just so able to get those multi-kills there from the back, from the flank now. And moving over, we were able to see as well that Revox Invicta had a clear intention. You know what? Let's push in towards this side. And if ever they were only able to commit, just like how they did it on round number 1, till then it could have went on a snowball run, but it wasn't that case. There was a lot of hesitation, and that is why they were taken away from that search and rescue match.
I see you got the spotlight in there, Enzo, but yeah, I gotta agree with what you said. They could have barged their way in at the B site instead of just taking too long camping at the dining, because all 5 members were inside. Do get that. And there was no one covering down the connectors from the fountain spawn and from the ice cream lane. And that leaves so much space to be taken over by the lurker or the flanker from the Lulus on the defensive side. And yeah, I guess the mappings was just not on point here for today for Revox and Invicta. And need to tighten up once you're attacking, right? You cannot just full send everybody in one spot and stall some time. You gotta put your players to cover some grounds. It may just be, you know, just to get some information, just for your squad to be able to prepare for a gunfight that might ensue once you get that read.
Yeah, it's basically the same concept when you're playing hardpoint. You want to allocate at least one player to watch the flank, and in hopes that, you know, he's able to relay enough information to really just clear it up there. No, so Control might just be, and it should be, a game mode that could test that system out, because spawn trapping, especially for Arsenal, is very crucial here, Cali.
Yeah, we saw Clove. I think is the best example for the spawn trap for Control Arsenal, right? Even if his squad is just focusing on that mid-map, right, through artilleries and jet decks, he's the only player that gets sent out all the way to the spawns of the team and just go in for a lot of eliminations. And when he had a equalizer in hand. I think there was like 6-7 players deleted in an instant once he was able to invest that. So you gotta be very aware of every position you're going to be in this control arsenal, because you never know what kind of flank will be made.
And once you are getting spawn trapped here, the longest question I've had so far coming in from the yesterday's run that I was able to accumulate was that how can you really recover from the spawn trap? And one system that I really want to see from teams is that when you get your teammate spawn trap, let's say there's only 1 player, 2 players spawn trapping, and you have 4 of your players, 4 of your teammates already extended up, pushed up towards the control point. Have 1 player allocate to go back to the base and try to take that leech away from your spawns.
And now we take a look at our post-game breakdown here. Again, this is the most mind-boggling part about this. Zen, even though he is the most experienced on this roster for the Lulus, he went at the bottom frag. Ivan, he has been lighting things up since the start of this Hardpoint Summit that we got earlier. So we are seeing a player ever consistent, and he's not just utilizing any weapon, right? He's using a KRM in a coastal map, finding a lot of frags with it too. I believe on the first set of the search and rescue, he was already able to find 9 kills before we switched the sides.
This is just a very crazy KD ratio here for the side of it. For the kills, no, not really the deaths because it's not really stated here, but 13 kills, 12 kills for the side of Sin. I mean, Ivan can take care of the front push of the teams, and Sin can go for the flag, and it's just a constant collapse that Revox Invicta was experiencing up against these duo of Ivan and Sin. It's not like any other duos where they're sticking to each other. They are able to, collaborate just by going for those pinches over and over again.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that. But now looking at this other side, Revox Invicta, Lonely was the only player that managed to show up, especially at this defensive side, right? He was able to score so much with the sniper, and Eclipse was able to follow up with that. But again, the lack of SMG presence was the thing that costed Revox Invicta this rounds. They did take at least 2 or 3 rounds on this matchup, but again, this was predominantly dominated by Sin. 12 kills for him, and where do you look at these other players, right? Ward, Spangy, only combining for 8 kills. Definitely something that needs to change as we hop into Control Arsenal up next.
Yeah, I mean, 888 Pengy wards, it's not something you'd want to have. Now we move over to Control later on, where it's a very high kill, dominant, reliant game mode. So trades, something that we want to see. I don't think there's going to be any chance where Revox Invicta would want to go for 1v1 isolations up against the Lulus, because the hardpoint search and rescue was already a testament that gunfight, the Lulus is just more dominant at. So how can you outshine the Lulus is really just putting up a system where you can get those trades, possibly offer for like a 4-1 push for any control points, whether it's going to be defense or offense, then have that one single player go for this flank. Until then, it might just be able to dismantle the Lulus.
I will agree with you at defense, right? I mean, and that kind of strategy is basically what Stalwart eSports threw up against 21 Savage Immortal yesterday. Just sending out a player to get the spawns of the enemies locked in and get a couple of shots. And I'm talking about these shots that are important because not only you do reduce the life count, but also delay the push the team is making it so much easier for your team to flood wherever the push is coming from in the game itself, right? And one thing for sure, it's kind of a toss-up here, whether you are on the attack or the defense. I feel like Control Arsenal is definitely much more balanced compared to Seaside and Raid. Now, it's just a matter of fighting a lot of this map control and not letting yourself and your squad to be trapped only on one side.
I haven't really seen a team go for a spawn trap coming in from the offensive side. No, it's always the defensive team that is able to pull off a spawn trap. But I know for a fact it is well possible. It's just that comparing it to Seaside, there's really no obstacles or any terrains that you can really utilize because there's no head glitches. It's just a wide open spawn for either offense or defense. So if you want to go for a spawn trap play, I think you really have to allocate at least 2 players from each corner, 1 from each corner.
Yeah, right, through Vans or the yellow storage or the gardens and the subway. I think the subway is a much easier spawn to trap because you got a head glitch that is provided initially on that area on the map already. So just the question is, how are you going to go there, right? Because obviously there will be teams that might just look into guarding that spot, take it away just to provide that, just to prevent that spawn trap to happen. And so far for Control, Arsenal definitely going to become a much more frequent pick, honestly, because if you are a new team, right, you don't want to go up against a tier 1 team playing at Raid because of how much experience and repetition already is allocated into that map itself. Now, you don't want to play Seaside too because there's just so much chaos when you're playing the spawns on that map. And Arsenal just is kind of that map in the middle between Seaside and Raid, and that's why you want to be able to maximize so much of your repetitions in Control on this map, because that's exactly where teams would love to drag you if they are trying to play their best.
I can confidently say that it's going to be a 3-0 run if ever it was played on Seaside. But fortunately, Arsenal, it's a very wide map, and now we get to see it. The game is about to start here. Game number 3 here for the first series of day number 2. Callie, take it away.
I want to see Ivan once again on screen, right? Just put the POV on him because he was the deal maker, the deal breaker for Revox and Victor, and why they lost that map number 2 badly. Seems like Sin is just trying to overwhelm everybody with the Bison here. Interesting pick. Usually we see the Fennec and the Switchblade be the ones usually in the hands of these players, but Sin is just having so much fun time with that weapon itself. This objective now will be defended heavily by 8-8 with the holder 26. Not preferably the weapon you want, as you would get a better attraction and better attacks if you got attack 19 in hand there, Enzo.
I mean, the holder 26 is already way past out of its season, but hey, if you can make it work, then why not? First wave for the gunfight, it went to the way of you know, the Lulus right there.
Notice.
I mean, Revox Invicta, but the Lulus was able to get the break now. Finally, divide and conquer play we get to see. And the spawns and the life count is getting drained down here. Very quick change of momentum here, Callie.
This is what we're talking about, right? The spawn trap once again being initiated. The Lulus, they send down Ivan and Alec to get onto the spawn location of Revox and Invicta on this one. And that eventually delayed the defense and managed to put another minute into the clock for the side of the Lulus as they tried to take a crack onto the B sites. They're going to be utilizing all of those smokes and those grenades just to delay all of this push coming in from the staircase. Alec finds a double with the Odin, and he's got a good sight on this. A head glitch that he's got in hand. He can delete everybody, but they can play the objective to win their attack side. The Lulus are not messing around. They mean business. They want to take everything.
I mean, the first stage right there, Revox and Invicta, they were able to win the wave once again, but the Lulus, once they were able to gather their thoughts that, hey, Revox and Invicta, they're more gathered around at A control point. Let's try to diverse the push up, and they were able to get the break from that A control point really quickly. And it's looking to be the same case here. Big clash in this mid map.
Ivan, again, he was the maker, right? He's the one that was the catalyst in just breaking through spawns on that round number 1. Now Revox switching sides. 888 trying to switch into another weapon, right? I mean, that's great. Finally, you're trying to adjust to the pacing of the match so far. But the Lulus has already found themselves a couple of attacks to go through, especially the map. Look at how much space they get. Number 3 in blue and Ivan is already right by the elevator, while they got number 5 in yellow also holding down robotics. And yeah, the spawn trap already ensues at the yellow storage too. And this is the start of the disaster with Sin holding the equalizer. He's gonna be able to dismantle all of the life counts once again by Revox and Invicta. Dragon coming in with the Purifier. Mr. Community Gladiator is just putting his players into the burner. A microwave or whatever, man. The Purifier is just dismantling, getting all of his eliminations, and they can break free from the spawns. Dragon just added 8 kills before getting taken down.
Yeah, Dragon is just living towards his name there. An actual dragon is burning Invicta down. 5 players left, make it 4. Sin going on a spree. The trade comes in, but the damage has been done. Remaining here, Eclipse, Lonely, what can you do?
They can't do anything. The time runs out. It's over now. The Lulus will be able to 2 rounds through one coming in as they cap and one just through the time expiration. And you gotta commend Sin with the equalizer to they just get things over at the spawns. Then to add more insult to the damage has already been done. Dragons brought out the Purifier, spewing his own attack. Finding himself, I mean, 8 kills before getting taken down. That was just the best way for you to be able to secure those 2 rounds in a row.
Hey, but good opener here for the side of Revox and Victor, though. One more kill to reap away, and they should be able to clear off this wave of the Lulus, but Zen gets the trade. And now we get to see once more Divide and Conquer was initiated for a moment, but the recovery comes in for the B control point, and now we get to see, now we're talking here, Revox and Victor gaining some map control.
I love that they're just focusing much on the lab and just letting these players take that B side because they know that they can rotate right through the vents. You can see Sin being saucy right now. He is venting at the moment. Number 4 in Alec, he is there just trying to haunt the players while Zen creates a distraction in that mid-map. Now they open it up. They can stack some players on towards A side while also putting a bit more contest at the B side. Alec able to find a 4-piece all by himself. And the thing with that is that it's only a Fennec that he was able to utilize, and now they're doing so much work on both of the sides.
Yeah, a control point prioritized now here by the Lulu. And soon enough, we are looking to see a setup here for a possible retake coming in from Revox and Victa, but they're gonna move in quick. Second segment already done. Eclipse here pushing up towards the vent. One push here from Pengi, but it's not really gonna cut the chase.
Number
and this
5
A control point should be chalked away.
And number 5 in yellow, you see where he's at? Is at the spawns of the enemy, and he cannot be contained. 2-piece so far for Sin. Can we see 3? Can we see 4? He is not being taken care of only until 3 players comes into the spawn to finally settle him off. But that delay obviously gave him 2 life advantage for the squad.
And now that should be the dagger here to close out the game. But hey, the reset comes in though. Eclipse with a Purifier is going to be able to burn it down.
Wow.
Very crucial play here for Eclipse. He finds the fort before he gets thrown away. And we get to see signs of life here from Revox and Victa.
A nice setup on the B side here. They just need to control that head glitch once again, not let these players. And the best thing about this, Eclipse able to bring out the Predator missile. Now they get some scan, some information where this hit is going to be coming from. You know, number 3 in yellow is by defense. He can just go in for the shots. Ivan making the play. Finds a double. Pengi needs to win this gunfight. He's gonna miss it. It's shocked. And now the Lulus is in on the point. And there's 2 operators invested. Sin on the spawns. Just shredding everybody to pieces. The Spiral won't be dropped in. 2 members alive for Revox. 1 more to go. And it's all down to wards on a 1v6. Dragon brings out the Purifier. The fire will be rescinding down, but the last flare gets shot down by Alec, and the Lulus completes their first series with a 3-0 up against your boys from Revox.
Yeah, the first donuts here served in Group B by the Lulus. I mean, talk about the impact of Sin, Zen right there. And overall, man, the players across the players of the Lulus is pretty promising here, man. No lapses whatsoever up against Revox and Victa.
Agreed. And again, you did mention it. You predicted it. When you're playing an Arsenal, you got to take care of the spawns. And Revox was just kind of letting loose of that. They let Sin not just run, not once, not twice, but thrice. And it's just hard because you're getting delayed on your attack and your life count is just diminishing as soon as you and your team get taken down by a guy just standing at the corner, right? It's just devastating for something like that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's very unfortunate, but hey, it is what it is. The best thing that Revox and Victa that can do, typically we say this, Cali, is that, you know, they're just going to learn from their mistakes. I mean, this is only the first out of the 7 matches that they're going to be greeted by here in this group stage. There's still plenty more opportunities to go here, man.
I agree. And I guess it's just finding the right adjustments moving forward, right? Especially the search and rescue. I feel like that there is a higher chance for them to win that. We saw the deliberation of that round number 1 when they attacked without no hesitation, right? Without hesitation on the B side on Coastal. And should they replicate those kind of aggression, they will not falter on the map itself. It's when they started doubt themselves is where they kind of fell off. And I guess that's something that you cannot really fix right away, right? It's a canon event. The teams needs to experience something like this in order for them to learn.
Yeah, I mean, everyone just comes off from mistakes, man. You know, Elevate Low King, Stalwart. If you want to talk about like the narrative of FTX, went through so much teams failing over and over again, and now guess what? He's now flying internationally, competing for Call of Duty Mobile.
And Scared also, right? He is partner in crime back when they're in Blacklist Ultimate, right? This player right there has faced stunts of team adjustments, although he's been playing with Blacklist, right? After the team disbanded, he had to find a home, and guess who picked him up? It was Incendio, and they just became the best team in the Garena region, along with the Japan region, when we head into the Snapdragon Mobile Masters qualifier back in a couple of months ago, right?
Yep, and that is, you know, the storyline here. I mean, there has been a lot of instances as well where teams don't really rise together, but some players do shine in the roster and they get picked up by more experienced teams and they get utilized pretty well. And that might just be the serving ground here for Revox Invicta, but at the same time, when you talk about team chemistry or team loyalty, Elevate, or formerly known as Low Kings, it took them some time to really get some roster changes up, and only until that time they were able to win their own major tournament, or their first run for Garena Masters. Talk about the post-game breakdown here. Kills wise, very dominant show here for the Lulus.
I want to highlight Dragons because this guy underperformed on hardpoint because he was the guy playing the anchor position, right? And although he did have a passive KD, comparing his numbers to his teammate that went number 4 with that, the difference is just a lot. But here, he becomes the MVP. And for those who don't know, Dragons came in from the Garena Community Gladiators, by the way, where we have all the amateurs play into that competition. Then they create their own team and just try to compete and showcase their talent. And with him able to put up so much presence on that roster, right, on the team that he was playing for in Community Gladiators, he got himself an opportunity to play on the Lulu's team and become a pro player himself. Definitely super rare to see, right? But Dragons, definitely someone to eye out for as we see the Lulu's play on their coming schedule.
Now we move over here to the post-match head-to-head here, man. I mean, objective-wise, it's going to be 2-0 here, the Lulus. In the last and final round right there, they were able to just go for a blitz play, eliminating each and every single life that Revox Invicta had on their plate. 83 to 44, man, in regards to the kill discrepancy. It was truly a dominant show here, offered by the Lulus.
2 objectives. That one, I think, could have been, played better by Revox Invicta, especially when they're on the defensive side, right? Round number 1. But again, the problem and the reason why they kind of lost those objectives was because of the Lulu's spawn trap that was initiated by Sin and Dragons. Now, those were the most devastating part, because you think you're going to have a greater chance of going up against this squad, even having that lead on the live count. Then out of a sudden, once you enter that mid game on a round, you start to see one of the members just come in there at the corner at a spawn and just completely obliterate your team. And the communication needs to be a lot faster as the games progress if you're Revox Invicta. It will be the Lulus that will be taking over the first match of the day, our first donut on Group B, as they take a commanding victory up against Revox Invicta. 250 to 90 win on Hardpoint Summit, a 7-2 round win up against Revox on Search and Rescue Coastal, and a 3-0 victory in Control Arsenal. The Lulus got themselves quite a team here, Enzo.
Yeah, there was barely any contestment there for Search and Rescue, let alone Control. It was 3-0. Hardpoint wise, there was 2 consecutive hardpoints, not really consecutively, but 2 main hardpoints. It was hardpoint number 4 alongside with hardpoint number 3 that was somewhat looking pretty bright there for the side of the Revox Invicta, but the Lulus is just so well renowned in regards to how to find a reset and breaking the momentum away. And that really is so important to mention, though, because hardpoint, it really sets a tempo. It really sets expectation for the whole squad. If you are getting dominated in the first game mode, your morality will surely drop down as soon as you move over to search and rescue and control.
Yeah, being held down to only 90 points is devastating, right? Then Revox just needs to touch up on the way they have the map control to favor their squad. Because, I mean, to think of it, right? Looking at what happened on that map number 1, it was only the Lulus that was taking over the second floor of that mid-map. And it's devastating because that one absolutely changed P1 to P2. And eventually, with the team of Revox having a bit of a spawn better in the green spawns, up in P2, that was initially countered by the Lulus once they got the higher ground in their control. And Zen was popping off, right, scoring 40 kills on that map itself. And I'm not even talking about Ivan yet, who was the dagger and was the game changer on the first 2 sets of this map. What's more surprising for me though, was Sin. Sin was not utilizing a Fennec in there, dude. He was playing with a Bison, and this brings the topic of the diversity of the weapons that we currently got in the game. And we're not even talking about the new weapon that might just be the next best thing that will be utilized by any team once it's available on the map, right? Which is the MG42. We're currently in a meta where you can play what your playstyle is according to the weapon that you absolutely utilize.
And I think it's at some point as well, we're going to come to the point where previous meta of seasons where it's going to be utilized now. The Bison has been around. It was surely the meta during the run for 2021, early 2021, all the way down to the late 2022. So, hey, diversity is something that we're looking for. And come again, eventually it's surely going to come. Moving over to the highlights here, man. The Lulus consecutively was all in it for those flanks, and they were able to make the most out of it.
And there was no response for Revox and Victa, not just in this control, but on the search and rescue coastal as well. You see Sin, always the bane, that's what you say all the time, up against this team. He was always able to get so much of those flanks, get those good reads, but we got your MVP up the game, Mr. Community Gladiators. Dragons scoring 45 total kills, 2,147 average score, and a 2.25 KDA. And to top it all off, he spits fire with the purifier.
I mean, since you mentioned the purifier as well, the Lulus, their investments, the way that they were able to utilize their operator skills was remarkable. Sin was there with an equalizer. After Sin going down, you had Dragons coming in with his own operator skills, the purifier, and that was enough to give enough leeway for the rest of the team to just come closer to the spawns and go get the spawn trap.
And loving the logo once again, the Lulus, the greatest in history. Who knows, right? They might just put their name on the history books once we get to see this squad turn it up. Once we see them succeed into the games that they got, they finally have a 1-0 on the series, a 3-0 on the map record. Now they'll be facing an even stronger opponent next time, so it's just all about fighting the preparedness and your confidence as you head into the next set of games that you're going to have in the group stage.
With that being said here, no, congratulations to the Lulus once more for bagging this very dominant win, serving the first donut in this group that you guys have. And I'm really excited on what's about to come here. Coming in up against Revox and Victa, they are looking to be a very promising team. On day number 4, this time they have to go up against Scadi, and it's, if ever they are able to perform the same way up against Scadi, I think we have a very promising MY team here.
Yeah, it's just all about getting that consistency done, right? The thing with MISG is that we only got a few teams in there, but again, you can talk about the quality, right? Almighty is the 3-time Garena Regional champions. Now, they're recently picked up by Stalwarts eSports just because of that consistency. And again, it's just finding a lot of these repetitions to favor you and just trying to outwork these Filipino teams in those scrims. And yeah, just finding the right attitude in there as well, man. And you may take a lot of hard beating before you take some absolute wins. And yeah, it's just about enduring the process and just letting the time get you the reward. And all of those definitely is going to be in favor for the Lulus if should they continue this kind of performance as they go up against a much stronger opponent as the day progresses.
You know, at some point they were playing so confidently that I gotta agree with their name. They became very delulus. Because the constant flanks, the constant pushes, the way that they were able to play offense on Coastal was just so questionable at some point, but it worked out so well. Confidence with proper gunfights is very deadly here, Kali.
Now we take ourselves into our interview with one of the members that we got for the Lulus, right? And I want to get to know more about this team because obviously they're here with us. Hey,
hello.
Zen, can you hear us? It's finally nice to have an interview with you. All right, we got 3 questions.
How are you guys?
To ask you right now, and yeah, Zen, I got one question for you. This is the first time we see this new team. Could you give us a short introduction of the team of the Lulus?
So we got Dragon, Sin, Rama, and Nyx. I think there's and Ivan. So all of these players are new. So hopefully we can perform well.
Okay, how about you, Warden?
Well, my question here is that how do you feel about Dragons actually performing really well, especially since, we were able to see a bit of a spotlight for him on the Community Gladiators. Did you expect him to perform this way in Garena Masters?
So all the players that I picked up is usually I feel like they can do good in Garena Masters or any other tournament. So hopefully he can showcase all of his skills lah.
Oh, well, it's super nice to obviously see you, Zen. And I got one more question before we let you go, right? Last thing before we let you go, now's your time to give a couple of shout-outs to your fans, your supporters. Man, you got all the time.
Alright, thank you for supporting us throughout the tournament. And hopefully you can see us more in other tournaments lah. Especially I want to shout out to my captain Derp. So he has been my rock lah. Even though he's not here, he's always gonna be in my mind.
Okay, thank you so much, Zen. Good luck on your next game up against Scotty on day 4. And yeah, we're gonna have to let you go. Good luck. Have a great night. Congratulations on the win. Now we're going to be right back into our team interview. Of course, it's already done. We're going to be going back into the caster desk. And yeah, give me a fist bump there, Enzo. I think we winged that interview. Because, guys, yeah we're going to go through it, right? But now we got 1 game down. We got 3 more to go. And I'm excited because we're drawing near in finally seeing Smart Omega play, dude.
Oh, yeah, Smart Omega, Rudy. I mean, Smart Omega, I haven't seen them play in such a long time, and now with the addition of Youngjae, I think it's going to add more critical thinking into the mixture. Youngjae, he has played for Powerhouse back then, aka known as Stalwart. He played for Elevate, he played for Scatty, he played for RTL back then. You guys know the history of Youngjae. This guy is just all over the place.
Okay, now that you mention it, we can give him a nickname before it even starts. Once he debuts for Smart Omega in the Garena Masters, right? I think we can call him Youngjae the Journeyman, because he's been in every team because he's that good, but he cannot find himself a great home so far. Hopefully, though, it is now finally his time with Smart Omega. For sure, we know him as a big threat. And one thing more than likely, his sniper presence is obviously going to be needed by the squad once they hop in and do the search and rescue as they go up against Prestige later on.
You know, I had a conversation with Jericho during the run for like Garena Masters 4. He really wanted Youngjae for the squad, and when I saw Youngjae here for Smart Omega, I'm like, this is really the influence here coming in from possibly Jericho, but he's not really associated with Omega anymore. He's a full-on caster. So I'm really proud that in some way, at the backseat, Jericho's vision is truly living on here. But yeah, Callie, I'm just so hyped up for Smart Omega. Youngjae the Journeyman, Youngjae the Explorer, name it whatever you want. The guy was a beast in Elevate, the guy was a beast in Powerhouse. So I'm sure for a fact he's going to be a beast here for Smart Omega.
Yeah, I can't wait to see him play, right? But also, apart from Omega, we're going to see Scatty go up against Sage later on at the fourth game that we got for the day, right? And Scatty, obviously, they got Freezy in there. And for me, honestly, the only thing holding back Freezy is his age, man. Because that guy can frag like DJ. He's got the same exact consistency. And yeah, we are going to see that talent once again be seen in this map itself. They do got a couple of roster changes that I believe can make or break this squad as the day progress. And yeah, we're gonna have our second match, which will be Big Boys and AAA Odine. This is a team actually that Warden, or now known as Enzo, as he got his name fully changed. It is his team before, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, there's just a lot of changes here over and over again, and I can't wait to see more definition here, Callie.
Yeah, now we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, it's the Big Boys and AAA Odine. Welcome back into Garena Call of Duty Mobile. You are watching Garena Masters VI. Yes, we're already on our way to our match number 3 because Big Boys decides to give away their match to AAA Odin. And I know it hurts. We couldn't watch a team play their best because they couldn't appear in our match. So we're going to be focusing more on the game that will be right up ahead, and that's going to be Smart Omega going up against Prestige here, Enzo.
Yeah, AX Prestige is up against a very, very strong team. I mean, we all know that. That's already well given right there. But hey, let's talk about AX Prestige here before we just dwell on the history and the accolades that Smart Omega has been able to claim here. No, AX Prestige is a composition of players from the set of LVX during their previous runs here for the Garena Masters. We got Yuka, Chain, Fluffy, Iron, Sampots, and Gamla. And man, Sampots has been trending recently in the other teams that made it to the Garena Masters. A lot of teams has been like longing for him to be a part of it, mainly because of his sniper capabilities and the anchor capabilities.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that, right? And for sure, for Prestige, right, they were the team that plays a lot higher compared to DVK Oblivion back in Garena Masters 5, right? I mean, obviously that was a different roster back then when they still had Joke, which was a terror when he was playing with a hard point takeoff, scoring tons of records once they play those kind of maps. But they're going up against a squad that is as explosive as them. In fact, even better, as this team has been tried and tested. They are one of the founding fathers of Garena MSP, and they're out there trying to take back what's previously theirs. Smart Omega are the Garena Masters 2 and Season 3 champions back when we held it LAN at the Newport World Resort. And it's been a while since we got our LAN events, right? And for sure, they're looking to try to take so much performance here. Definitely a lot better with their new roster, adding in Young J to maybe take away the Garena Masters 6 title.
Hey, we'll see, man. I mean, I'm really open for, new top dogs here. And, the lineup is really promising here for the set of AX Prestige. A lot of players, I mean, some players here have major tournament experience. And one of them is obviously going to be Fluffy. Fluffy is the most experienced player on the roster, tracing back to Garena Masters 1. But come again, that was Garena Masters 1. We're talking about Garena Masters 6 here. And there has been a lot of changes ever since, man.
Yeah, it was insane, right? But one thing for sure that we're seeing for Fluffy is that he's been a couple of seasons laid off in their battles in the Garena Masters so far, right? So there's definitely going to be a lot of adjustments that needs to be done here. Yes, you may have played at the first season, but it's like what you said, there was so many changes in terms of the pacing, the systems when you're trying to play in the game, and overall the maps and the metas that we have currently available here. Now, this is going to be a tough challenge for Prestige as they're going up against arguably the #1 team in this group itself in Smart Omega.
Yeah, Smart Omega, with the addition of Young J, it adds more critical thinking here once more. We did talk about that before we started off with a break. Young Jay, he was very impactful for the set of Elevate. At some point there, no, but we didn't really get to see a lot of screen time for him. Hopefully this time we get to find out more on what his exact capabilities is once we start the series itself.
I want to see Youngjae and Whoopi be the sniper duo for Smart Omega. I think that's something that we've been it is uncalled for, but having this insane snipers do it for you can definitely rival the likes of the snipers from Elevate, who's got Susano and Kendi in there, and also Star Wars eSports' own set of snipers, right? So for Smart Omega, they placed fourth on the last Masters, and they're looking to try to bounce back. And this time with a new setup roster and under the coaching of Coach Mori and Jabin himself, this team definitely is in good hands.
Yeah, I mean, we can totally expect that the roster is going to be looking to be like Tin, AG, Risky, Youngjae, and Whoopi, not unless Jabin decides to step in. I mean, there was one instance where a player gets subbed out and Jabin fully committed. And the best thing about him is that he was a professional player before he became a coach. And once he is forced to play a game, he is able to perform.
Yeah, and you know for sure, I want to give this stat right out. Jabin is the second highest earning Garena Masters player with 32,000 US dollars combined, right? He was the Season 1 and the Season 4 champion. That alone already gives him 20,000 US dollars. And for him to spearhead Smart Omega in this new roster, it definitely is going to speak a lot. Right now, we got Jabin, Tin, AG, Risky, Youngjae, and Whoopi. And back in the season where we saw Omega and Blacklist International Ultimate just combined, right? It is definitely such a massive scratch in the head, because with these two teams, you would think that they're going to create a super team, but no. Star Wars Esports and Elevate, they're the ones that managed to get the better part when they went up against Smart Omega Esports for the past Garena Masters.
So looking at the roster right now, Jabin is checked in. We have AG obviously separated from the squad. We got Tin, we got Youngjae as well sitting next to Tin. So that is going to be the roster that they're going to be using here for the series up against AX Prestige.
Oh, okay. So Whoopi is not around. And Whoopi, without Whoopi and Smart Omega, it doesn't feel like a Smart Omega team. Okay, I got myself an interesting development here. Now we take a look at the LVX, right? This is the Prestige squad. You got Yuka, Chain, Fluffy, Ayan, Sampots, and Gomla. And I know for sure what Fluffy has, right? That jersey right there, it reminds me of something. But obviously, a new squad, a Frankenstein's team, they need to be able to, again, master up all the strength, because they're about to face a big wall, a big green wall in Smart Omega.
Yeah, I mean, Gomla is a player that I've been eyeing out for as well for the longest time in the community scene. In the early stage of a team like Odino, they had Gomla, but he was separated from the squad because Odine had a principle where you can't really join the team not unless you're located in Visayas. Gomla is located in Mindanao. Ayan is playing in Visayas. This team has a lot of personality in regards to where they're exactly located at, so that is why they don't really have a bootcamp right now.
Yeah, again, still going to become, a great feat now that they're here in Garena Masters. And for them to go up against a world representative and the founding fathers has to be an honor, right? I for sure want to be able to go up against Smart Omega themselves, because this, again, is one of the most winningest team that we got in the region itself. Now we'll take a look at our maps and modes. 3 games we got here. And yeah, map pick will be won by Omegas. They get to pick 2 respawn maps. We're starting the day up with our hardpoint Ascenda. And we also got Search and Rescue Tunisia right up next. And if we have to go through so much of this hard work, right, we're heading into Control Seaside. And that right there, we saw so much of Spawn Trap yesterday when we saw Diviki Oblivion and Team Star Magic drag us into that map.
Yeah, man, second appearance here for Seaside Control. Very dominant map in regards to map control, and it really favors the personality of Smart Omega. Something about, AX Prestige is that they are pretty decent in regards to long-range gunfight, but when it comes to head-to-head now, they do struggle quite a lot. I mean, just basing it off from their previous performance in the local community tournaments. But moving over, Shenda Hardpoint, Tunisia, very staple maps that we get to see. control C side. I'm very scared here for AX Prestige, but I do hope they prove me wrong.
It's going to be tough going up against Omega on Hardpoint Ascenda. This has been their most played map out of all the available map pool in the World Championships, right? I mean, they did fell up against Strive Gaming on the exact same map itself, but the amount of repetition that they got up against high-level opponents is definitely a huge advantage so far. But that is back when they had Whoopi on the roster. This will be the first time where we see YoungJay sub in for Whoopi and become one of the top fraggers, hopefully, because that's a big spot to fill. Not having Whoopi around, you already know Smart Omega's S&D and Search and Rescue is gonna take a bit of a dip. Not unless YoungJay can get hot, right? I mean, it's obviously the sniper that will pull this through once we play Search and Rescue Tunisia.
I mean, you did say, and I gotta agree with you on this statement, is that at some point, YoungJay was really performing pretty well with a sniper that he was on par with Whoopi in regards to the impact there. No, the problem is that with YoungJay, coming in from the run that he was at with Powerhouse alongside with Elevate, is that there wasn't really a lot of opportunities for him to have more screen time or more games to prove himself. This time now, this is a test for him in regards to if he can actually put up the impact and let alone replacing the shoes of Whoopi for this series.
I'm looking forward to this map already, man, because we all know Whoopi being consistent in respawns, and YoungJay, we've only seen him able to show up once we play the turn-based game, the Search and Rescues, those Search and Destroys, and for him, he's got a big shoulder, he's got a big spot to fill in, especially when we're playing on the respawn department. And you know what? This is Jabin's map, right? I will not be surprised if Hardpoint Ascenda turns out to become a Jabin 60-kill game. That's how good he is on this map. When you put him on a long-range map like Ascenda, definitely is going to be a big one. Now we take a look at their operator skills. Seems like both teams will have their own war machine. Risky, interesting. Obviously know him to become a great support player, but it seems like he's going to take the anchor position on this hard point as he's got that war machine. Could just be my assumption though.
It's really interesting here that Sampots is going to be taking that war machine. Gamla mainly is the anchor for any teams that he plays for, but this time he's going to be on an equalizer, so that is going to be kind of leaning towards playing around the hard point more. Sampots, got my eyes on you in this one for that anchoring placement. I mean, yes, I did mention earlier that he is that player you want to watch out for the anchor position, but Gamla has been on that role ever since. So there is going to be more diversity and could possibly complement actually the map of Ascenda for either ends. Now it's just all going to come down to the execution, all going to come down to the gunfights. Let's see what these teams can offer to each other.
Okay, now without Whoopi, I want to ask you, I'm going to put you on the hot seat right now, right before we hop into any of the maps. With this current roster that Omega has, who do you think is the best player? That #1 player?
Oh, safe to say, man, it has to be Jabin.
Oh,
Jabin,
really?
I know it's crazy and all. I think most players, most of the audience would agree to possibly be Risky. But Jabin, before he became a coach officially for Smart Omega, he had such a good run. Came from J-Bot to J-God. You guys know the moves around the community.
Yeah, well, that's the double-edged sword. You're basically telling me, right? He can become a J-Bot or a J-God. And I love that you brought it up because it already passed my mind, right? But again, Jabin led Blacklist International Ultimate to 2 Garena Masters title. The inaugural season and Season 4 itself. And now we get this started. Smart Omega's new roster begins now. Before we head into the first hard point though, I want to give my action, right? I want to give my opinion here. I think AG is the best player for Omega right now. And well, let's get it started, man. Hard point #1, Ascenda. P1 obviously going to be scrappy here.
Yeah, very scrappy and really good map control here so far for just out of Smart Omega. I mean, they isolate 2 lanes here. That's going to be close and open hall. And they do get an influence at a hard point as well. 2 players here siding towards tunnel. and that's going to be mitigating the force here coming from the side of AX Prestige. But hey, points not too far apart, but still then, if ever AX Prestige can regain map control, this should be a hardpoint won here by Smart Omega.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing Smart Omega. They don't allow me to watch their scripts. I don't know why. I think they hate me, right? But yeah, Young Jay will be stepping away from the SMG role. Now he is going to play that AR. Jabin used to play that AR role. Now this time he's playing the SMG. So that is going to definitely play significant impact once we watch this close range combats in action, especially once we hop into PT, which will be the hard point that will be coming in right up next. Spawns definitely did flip right now, but you can see the driveways being taken over by Smart Omega. And number 4 in yellow in Ayan already taken down, and Smart Omega will be in the hard point. And they looking so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, already you can see some sort of discrepancy here in regards to the definition for Prestige. Smart Omega, on the flip side, they do have this, you know, driveway spawn. And it's not really the most practical spawns here, especially if you ask like coaches around the community, but they're just able to hold on to it because they are so well defined inside that hard point. Now they go for the flip. Player 3, Jabin, extends towards checkers, has to deal with one player right there, and now the click begins. The control begins here for Smart Omega, and 2 consecutive hills won over by them.
Oh, Jabin, oh, he's turning into a J-God right now, dude, and I love what I'm seeing, because he's basically up there on the kill department with 12 kills already. Young Jay holding his own despite being the newest member for Smart Omega. He's leading the team earlier in the lobby with the total kills, as he's got 13 at the moment. PSG definitely struggling on rotation, hopping onto P3. You have a pinch play going around. Should they get this kill onto Young Jay, they're gonna start the hard point with them inside the hill, and that's great. Nice setup for them. Just need to anticipate the players coming in from the patio side and coming through the fences.
Yeah, it's really good here that alley spawn is going to be given to the side of Prestige. We might just be able to see some sort of balance, but the break comes in forcefully by Smart Omega. 3 operations, that's right there. Equalizer, Claw, Annihilator. And they're still struggling in some way to get the spawns away from Prestige. But hey, firepower inside the hill, no question. Smart Omega holding it down.
Oh, risky, nice timing for that War Machine to be invested. He's finding himself a couple of kills there. And yeah, he's just lining it up. I am now going in, hopping into the point. Finds himself some altercation. They will need this scrap time just to get themselves over the 50-point mark. Smart Omega is just dominating these early rotations for the past 3 hard points. Moving on the back, God Rocks P4. It's going to be number 3 in blue and Jabin, holding down the hard point already, as they got 2 players holding down that mid-map, and number 4 coming in from the office side. Prestige, they're gonna have to find this exit kills, this exit fills. Will not be successful, and they find themselves at the boathouse. Easier read for Smart Omega moving forward.
It just seems that AX Prestige doesn't exactly know what the long-term goal here, and early rotation is so sloppy here for them. I mean, you got to see 5 seconds left on the hard point for 3, and they're still going for the barge, investing 4 players. And now we get to see Smart Omega just making the most out of his early rotations, solidifying themselves for the garage spawn. Prestige, they have an option right now to go for a big, massive push here coming from checkers. The question is, can they accumulate any control?
Yeah, AG now holding that mid-map once again. He's just shredding those players up front. Finding a double kill there is risky as he takes down Chain and Ayan. And again, spawns will be flipping. Prestige will now spawn at the boathouse once again. Luckily for them, they don't got any player from Omega holding down the office building, so they're gonna escape with their live in there, but only to be met by the guy holding down the staircase, and that's risky with the Odin. And I believe we're seeing a double Odin setup right now. Tin and Risky combining for over 30 kills already with that weapon, and the range definitely is impacting a lot on this altercations as they manage to just get a lot of the eliminations from this long range engage. Prestige still has got some pots with only 1 kill, and when you cannot win your gunfight, especially on P1, it's hard for you to get some control on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Potts just having a hard time gaining some control out of the map. After all, you are the anchor for the squad, and you're gonna find means to win the gunfights here off the hallways, especially if you want to regain some control here in this hardpoint number 1. And looking like it is just a terrible show here for AX Prestige, 51 to 168, and Smart Omega is just being Smart Omega.
I don't know who to pick here right now. Who's going to be the playmaker, right? Because there's obviously 3 players that has been lighting things up, right? And Youngjae's been taking so much of these eliminations for his squad. As he's got 29, again, the newest addition, making the biggest of difference as they kickstart their Garena Masters VI run. Again, just the first map, of course, but Youngjae coming in locked in and ready. Just goes to show to you that he's ready to step in to the big moments right now for Smart Omega. Prestige going to be inside of the hard point for now, but the problem here is that their reinforcements are going to be coming in from the wells and through the statues, and that opens things up for Smart Omega to get that break. The collapse is on. Another attack going through for Prestige as they bring out their operators. War Machine invested, and they get to briefly get inside at this point with a much tighter setup, investing 2 operators to hold down the fortress.
Yeah, this is looking quite good, but they gotta deal with AG here on this flank. And now we get to see push comes in here from driveway, but AG is about to make the play of his life, getting the break here. AG goes down though, and still until then, X Prestige solidifying themselves here on this hardpoint number 2. 15 seconds left on the clock, and Smart Omega at this point might just go off for a rotation.
Yeah, they're giving up on this last 10 seconds. I mean, it's a big upper opportunity for them to cash out a bigger time on P3 fences, and they already got 3 members already set up on that. They don't got any player anticipating the players from that mid map though, as they all get intercepted. So this exit kills is not going to be mattering a lot. It's just all about this rotation. If you are Prestige, you're gonna have 2 members coming in from the arches, but they're all gonna get gunned down by AG, and he's guarding that wells very well. And he finally deals the players that mid map, just forcing Prestige to spawn over towards the right side of the map once again, right through the gardens. Easier time for them to get all of this spawn trap to ensue.
Yeah, it's just so impressive here for Smart Omega, despite the fact that they don't really have the spawns. They're just waiting for Prestige here to barge inside a hardpoint, go for the spray down, and all over the place. It's just the body of Prestige, and they regain map control now here. Smart Omega, they don't really have enough time to wrap up this game, but surely for sure, right after this, they will maintain the flow. They should at least need 20 more points to claim before they head straight to hardpoint number 4.
Yeah, 10 seconds. This scrap time you cannot give if you're Prestige. Gotta get this contest if you want to stay alive and force another hardpoint rotation. 26 to 101 is the score. Prestige doing better, but they gotta get in quick as we open up the P4 in just 4 seconds. Shane coming in from the shore side along with his teammate number 5 in yellow, coming in for that mid-map. A multi-angle push is happening, and Gomila will be able to get some shots through, but risky there for the trade, and only 20 points for Smart Omega to come in and go for the victory on this P4. Couple of contests coming through for this side of Prestige, and they managed to get the last player alive for Smart Omega, extending their life in this hardpoint agenda.
I gotta say, X Prestige is actually showing a fight here for Smart Omega. Yes, for sure, the score is 113 to 238, but still, Smart Omega struggling. The break comes in. This should be the wash away. X Prestige down the toilet drain.
Yeah, 3 operators just invested by Omega just to fully read every member in yellow on this P4, and we got your new version of Smart Omega able to get that debut done. And how would you rate Youngjae's debut here, man? I mean, replacing Whoopi on this team itself, obviously that is a hard adjustment for you to have, because you're replacing the face of Smart Omega itself.
We saw Mori walking in right there, but to answer your question there, Callie, no disrespect to Whoopi, but no Whoopi, no problem there for Smart Omega. Javen, AG, Tin, Risky, Youngjae, everyone was doing their job respectively well. And man, we might just be able to tell how much impact Youngjae will be able to provide to Smart Omega as soon as we move over to Search and Rescue later on, because we all know, iconically and notably, most notable, Philippine sniper Whoopi is not here. Youngjae has to fill in such a big role here, man.
Yeah, the journeyman definitely finally found his home, perhaps, because this guy's been playing with all of the top tier teams, right? He played for Elevate, he played for Powerhouse. He did play for Smart Omega for 1 season on another local tournament in the Philippines. If you guys don't know about that, that could absolutely play a big decision on why they got Youngjae acquired on this team heading into Garena Masters VI. And yeah, I think this guy's just prepared, right? He's in it for the big moments and playing an AR position. This is the first time. This is the first of its kind. Usually you see this guy playing an SMG, but the adjustments being made by Smart Omega here It's just, you know, an opposite day.
Man, there was an instance where Young Jae was getting doubted. This guy is washed. This guy is not performing. He can't be on par. He can't keep up with the pace with like players like Yato back then or anything like that. But I truly believe it wasn't the player that was the problem. It was the system.
Yeah.
And when he's guided by Olea back then, he was, you know, they were able to make the most out of Young Jae, and he was very impactful. Here for Smart Omega, it's looking to be on that same case. So proud of you, Young Jae.
Okay, now, so here's the question. I'm gonna throw it to you and to the viewers, right? Just off of that map, number 1. Who do you think is the best player for Smart Omega off the start?
Off the start, I thought it was going to be Jabin, didn't know, but Young Jae, man.
Okay, Young Jae.
Young Jae.
Okay. Okay, you got Young Jae. Chat, let us know in the comment section down below if you have your own pick on who's the best player in Smart Omega without whooping on the current lineup. Right, for me, I think it still has to be AG. I am keeping my words through. This guy has been ever consistent, doing most of the dirty work. And I like to do the nitty and gritty as well, so I can really reflect on what AG has been doing. Not just for Smart Omega alone, right? He's been doing this since when he was part of Blacklist International Ultimate way back Garena Masters Season 1. But yeah, talk off down. Let's finish the conversation with the elephant in the room, right? Let's talk more about Prestige and what could have been done better here for the squad. I do believe that the rotations were there. It's just that the gunfights weren't that significant, right? We saw some pots with 0 kills on the first 3 sets of Hardpoint, and playing like that, you know, it's going to give so much time for Smart Omega to build up their streaks and their operators.
You know, it's such a missed opportunity for Sampots to showcase himself, because, you know, come again, I did mention that he is grossing in the community teams, and you know, one of the teams right there, I'm not gonna mention anymore, it might be inside information there, no, but yeah, there was 2 teams here in this Garena 2 teams that qualified for Garena Masters VI that really wanted him to be a part of their team, but it's not really looking to be you know, connecting with that intention right now. But hey, Sampots, if, oh my days, 640 is his KDA here, man. That just caught me off guard.
I am lost for words. I think it had to be risky. I think all of our opinion is getting thrown away by risky, right? I mean, this guy, he was part of Team Creamy before, and was a former teammate of, I believe, of Epox, if I'm not mistaken, or Bench, if I'm not mistaken, right? So yeah, he's gone into the team, created a significant impact, able to help the squad take Garena Masters Season 2 champion, and then the Season 3 itself, right? And believe it or not, I think him and Tin is the only player that was part of that Garena Masters Season 2 and 3 run. So interesting development right over there. And yeah, talking about more of the stats, right? I mean, we already seen Omega's time in there inside the point and their impact rating, but take a look at PSG and look over at the very bottom. Some Pots was not having it today. 6 and 40, the impact is not recorded because yeah, it has to be a bug or something, right? I mean, I'm not being mean here, but a .15 KD could have been done a lot better here.
You can't get her impact when you have the type of KD, and you can't really hold on to the fact that, yes, for sure, we're getting the early rotation, but we don't have the spawns because our anchor is struggling big time. So that is just the storyline of AXPST so far in this first hardpoint appearance here in this Garena Masters VI. No, in regards to the head-to-head statistics here, man, 181 kills for Smart Omega and only 89 for AXPST.
I am lost for words. How would you let a team give up last 92 on the kills? But again, although they did not have a lot of kills, they still made it to 113 points, right? I mean, you gotta give time. They're doing most of the objective and just trying to work on from that gave them an opportunity to not get a 100-point club, right? That's the first time we saw a team not get 100-point club on the first 2 games. They saw a Group A was kind of one-sided yesterday. So I guess it's just finding the bounce back here, right? After this crushing defeat up against Smart Omega eSports, you need to have a better search and rescue because At this point, you're entering map 1 with a map pick by Smart Omega. This time, you're heading into Search and Rescue Tunisia with your map pick. So you're gonna feel confident about this. But the problem is that, looking at the post-game breakdown, Youngjae went 40 and 22. So that guy has a hot hand. If we see him with the sniper in this Tunisia Search and Rescue, I don't know. How would you feel?
The guy can hold down that A bomb site alone. I've seen this guy play in Tunisia. Search and Destroy back then. We move over to Search and Rescue. Basically the same game mode, but this time there's a rescue capabilities. You can scan your teammates back to the battlefield. I think this might just open an opportunity for the rest of the snipers actually to play more aggressively, knowing for a fact there's that element of scanning added into the mixture.
Yeah, I can agree more. Again, snipers are going to play a big factor in all the maps that we got for Search and Rescue, because do in fact note that it's not just Tunisia and Coastal that are the bigger maps here. Everything is huge. You're at Terminal, Takeoff. I mean, maybe you can just give the long-range maps a break with Kurohana, Metropolis, but even that, right? It's just super confusing to play, and that's why the teams love to ban that map away. But obviously, Tunisia is a map that's been around the community scene and in the competitive scene for so long. And Omega is not foreign to it as well. So Prestige needs to put themselves in 110% or even more so that they can go up against Smart Omega, who just teamrolled at Hardpoint Ascend.
250 to 113. It's not the most dominant game out there that we've seen so far for Garena Masters VI. I still gotta hand down credits, as you did say, you know, as we all agree, is AX Prestige, so they still put up a fight in the midst of the game. Had to say it right there. Search and Rescue might just be an opportunity for AX Prestige to slow the pace down, try to regard their thoughts. And their thought wasn't really trained away in Hardpoint. But hey, let's see if that's gonna be any different here as we move over to Search and Rescue Tunisia officially.
Yeah, let's go, man. It's just all about bounce back here. If you're some bots, you only had 9 kills earlier, you can still put your team with a victory here. So it's just all about finding the right comeback here. As we got Prestige starting on the defensive side, Omega, very split here. I mean, they want to try to take a crack on the B side, but they sent out Youngjae over towards mid. Javen's out here trying to get some scan to work through.
Good information there, at least, no, from instead of AX Prestige. They do tag up Javen, but at the same time, you know, that diversity wasn't really enough for them to gather their thoughts there. And now we get to see bomb is now going to be planted here for Smart Omega. First round, going to be a 5v5 retake.
All right, let's see how this one pulls through, right? You got some bots being the first one to go down. Youngjae replacing Whoopi as the main sniper of Smart Omega. It's a crazy thing to say if you try to tell me that in 2020, right? And the first round just ended just instantly.
Yep. Couldn't even say anything anymore. It was like Smart Omega dominant on the feed, taking them all away. Was I surprised? I gotta admit, yes, I was.
Okay, let's see. Now, there's 3 members that will be on the B side this time for Prestige. Number 4 in blue in Yuka. Playing a great corner. He can take down Risky here. Okay. First bloods exchange. Some pots. Gonna be that player that needs to get some information where this player is at. Let's see if he can make some shots here. Revives will be made. Some pots, he struggled earlier, but he can always find himself with a one shot to connect to get his team the first round win here. Yep, not much of information for him. Sampot's is gonna get taken down.
Yep. Now we're gonna be a 2v3 situation here. Iron to take down 10. And all over the place, Fluffy, left alone for a set of AX Prestige, won't be able to do anything at all. I mean, the triple man pinch was already present there for Smart Omega. And that's gonna be 2 in a row here for them.
All right, let's go. That's a 2-sided B-side push for Smart Omega. This time they're trying to take that hit at the A side. Look at all those nades and smokes flying. They want to attack aggressive, and Risky finds the first blood with a nade connecting to Chain. And yeah, the bomb plant already ensuing.
Yeah, the entry comes in now. from the side of Smart Omega. No casualties whatsoever offered to them. Tin does take on Sandpots. Once more, no impact at all. Fluffy, though, is actually crawling slowly, steadily still here. If the timing is right, he might just be able to get the kill, but Risky watches the flank. And now it's all going to come down to Ian and Yuka here in a 2v5 situation. The res, though, comes in. It's going to be good. Numbers advantage still going to be in favor for Smart Omega, but they're going to move in quick. And Smart Omega, they're not hesitating at all.
Oh, there we go. Oh, wow.
Oh, my days.
Okay. That's what we want to see for Sandpots, right? Those 2 pieces. Could have been a 3-piece for him there. And it's the resurrection, the scan, whatever, the rescue that was made there by Prestige for us to get that highlight in there. Now, with that shots connecting for Sandpots, you're going to have to feel good, right? You're going to have to feel confident. But you're guessing on the wrong bomb site here this time. Omega's trying to take that hit on the B sites. And now you're going to have to play a full retake. You cannot make it on the B side in time.
And a big cut here for Jabin. Double shot comes in though, but no, they push one by one. Chain goes down.
Nice.
No double kill here for Jabin though. Good kill right there. They're gonna be able to get the scan as well. 5v4 situation. This should be the number as we move over to this retake, as Jabin is so far away from the rest of the squad. But we all know the defensive capabilities of Smart Omega is so resilient here. Pushing up, Fluffy off the front. Spring in, getting the break. 10 all alone now. 1v5 situation down the tunnel drain, and he's gonna go down finally. First round here for AX Prestige.
Oh wow, look at that. That's because of the double kill from Sandpots in that last round. Despite not getting that win, Prestige got a little bit more confidence on that team, right? So finally getting their first round, you do want to have a 4-2 split, especially when you're on the defense here for Prestige before we end the half. Got 2 more rounds to play. Defense on the B side for Prestige at the moment. You do have Yuka on the connectors, just trying to spot some information on the players that might just push on the A side at the moment. But yeah, full stack at the B side will not be the thing to go, as Omega finally have the information on the players on the connector. Smoking it out, trying to cross the A side is the priority here.
Yeah, smoke's deployed here already for the side of Smart Omega. They're not really committing to the push, not just yet. But anytime now, they are about to gain map control. Player 4 already pushed up. That's going to be risky here. Could possibly get the cut there from bottom main. And in the process as well, Risky to take on Fluffy. Trades after trades we go. Train takes on Risky. Not going to be a place where you want to get the revive. But look at this though. Player 2 AG is going to go for the draft around. And all Smart Omega has to do right now is to stall down the time because AJ is already right there. But in the process, Youngjae does get one. Jabin does get one as well. And Youngjae might just be left alone with no action, but he does take down one. 1v1 situation. Yuka, AJ, who will it be? It's going to be Yuka!
Let's go!
Down, and they lower down the lead of Smart Omega to 1.
That was just all over the place for Smart Omega. You would think they would have a tighter setup once they put that bomb down. Initially having 2 members at the shadows and equipping some guy to guard the winery right through the connectors, right where their spawn is located at, right? But they could not get the job done. The flood by Prestige was just a lot better. Now Fluffy.
Oh no. Oh no, Fluffy, run away, boy! Youngjae owning the tundra, putting his name all over the barrel. Spots another player, misses the 2 first 2 shots. Fortunately, Risky was able to secure the kill right there. A bit of a blueprint there for Youngjae.
Yeah.
Sandpots wants to respond back with his own shots with a sniper, but Jabin says no. Ian taking down AG. And now it's going to be a 3v4 situation here. A bit of a reset.
Sandpots. Yeah, Sandpots will be right back. He's got the scope in hand. Youngjae trying to take another peek of that player. 25 seconds to hold on this. It's a 3v3 situation. Sandpots needs to be the playmaker. The push will be going through. But Youngjae gets the pick onto Ian and Risky and Tin. Finalizes the last 2 members. And Smart Omega gets the 40 split that they want on the attack side. Now we switch the sides. Prestige.
It's not too far.
Yeah, you want to get yourself one round off the start here as the attackers so that you don't get overwhelmed by the 5-2 split. But as soon as I say that, a grenade falls in the faces of Fluffy and someone. But the good news is we got the search and rescue feature. They can still revive those members. But number 1 in yellow and tin has already made the rotation from the back, and the flank could be big.
Oh no, they took too much time, and David just shutting them down. Yes, you can get the scan for your teammates, but at the same time, you gotta move in quick. Don't hesitate, especially when you have a bit of space. And Smart Omega, they didn't waste any time at all. The timing was very severe, and unfortunately, it didn't work to the favor of AX Prestige.
Oh, Youngjae is on an aggressive spot, takes down some pots, takes the first blood. Only's got himself 8 kills, not the highest on the field. As Risky is having a great time of his life, right? Again, MVP of the hard point, looking like the MVP of this map itself too.
Now we get to see Tin here getting the kill off his chain, and he finds a double. Now Ian is there to try to make the difference, but AG shuts him down. And just like that now, Smart Omega on match points. AX Prestige stale with 2 points.
You can see the difference of the snipers again being the playmaker here, right? Chibin and Youngjae, they can always secure those first bloods. Snorty some thoughts is not having it easy, trying to locate Youngjae, who's the main sniper of Smart Omega right now, replacing Whoopi on the main lineup. Definitely trying to become the next best thing. The journeyman gets himself flooded by 2 members from Prestige, and the attack is just a little bit more tighter this one. Yuka swings, but Risky there for the kill.
Oh, and now Risky finds a double. Player 5, Fluffy left alone. J-Pin goes down. What a clutch here for AX Prestige, and they still live on. Sandbox, before he goes down, he found a double as well.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 4 kills accumulated by Sandpots and Fluffy alone for that very round.
Yeah, that 1v1 was huge, right? You lose that 1v1, the game's already over, and Smart Omega will take a 2-0 lead on the series, but great job at surviving. How long can you stand the defense of Smart Omega? Prestige. Nade thrown out on the mid-map. Will not get any connection. Still stuck at the base. Letting Smart Omega go in for some overextensions. Now they are not getting any info here yet. Fluffy has got the bomb. You don't want to wander around for too long here. Oh.
Ooh. Nasty. Nasty for Jabin. Taking down Fluffy. A bit of a connection problem here for...
I was flabbergasted. 3 players were connected.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 players right there.
There we go. There we go.
Sandpots.
Nice wall bang.
Okay, build it up now. Sandpots finding 1. And now they're going to be able to get the res as well for Fluffy. It's going to be a 5v3 situation. 2 players down. It's mid-map here for Smart Omega. And they think they want to go for the scan as well.
Yep. Here we go. Want to see more of that Sandpots gameplay, man. Risky's able to get the resurrection onto Tin. Now it's a 5v4. Javen able to completely put this game into their numbers as, again, Risky the medic gets Youngjae back into the game. It's a 4v5 situation. It's a retake here, Enzo.
A retake now coming in. Sandpots taking down Tin. And now they want to go for the pinch as well. Sandpots finding a double now. Talk about a change. A return of performance. But Risky takes him down alongside with Yuka. Chain is there to try to make the play down the tunnel drain, but AG finds a double, and that is it. Game said and done. Smart Omega getting the win, 7-3.
There we go. That is Smart Omega's S&D for you. First time with the new roster, and Risky played with incredible focus there. It's just back-to-back MVPs for sure from Hardpoint and the search and rescue. Now, we saw Youngjae's initial gunplay, right? He was able to shut down some pots every time, getting that first blood for the squad, and truly paved the way for them to just overwhelm the players on the first blood department. And I love what I saw from Prestige, dude. They've definitely put up more fights. Some pots, although we did not see most of his FOV, or his POB, he scored essential shots, multi-kills that was giving the team that energy to score those rounds exactly.
Yeah, a little bit more guidance here for AX Prestige and how to make more impactful decisions. I think this team can actually have the potential to be up there. After all, there is 2 spots that is not so well defined here for their very group, and if ever they're able to polish up their mistakes coming in from hardpoint and search and rescue, I think they might just be able to secure the spot. I know it might be crazy to say, especially since they were dominated in hardpoint and search and rescue, but the gunplay there is something worth mentioning, Callie.
Yeah, for sure. And some pots, again, I'm not just trying to put so much glaze on this guy, right? But you gotta admire the hard work that this guy provided. Yes, it did end up with a 9 and 40 on the stats at a hardpoint Ascenda. And yeah, things like that happen, right? I mean, this is your journey to pro. You're not going to become great right away. It takes time for you to get used to the pacing, playing up against higher level of competitions. And for some bots, he did lack on that map number 1, but this map number 2 definitely puts up some shots that got us cribbing on top of our mind.
And you know what? If he can gather himself up in hardpoint on the respawns, fortunately in Garena Masters VI, you are allowed to play substitutes. So, hey, play Sandpots and Search and Destroy.
No,
yes,
no,
you can, actually.
No, I will not sub out some pots, right? Let's give him a chance, man. I want to see this guy play. Of course, there's still going to be a few more matches up ahead for him to be able to shine, and I'm all for it. I want to see this guy become the next best thing, right? His sniper obviously is going to be a big threat. The respawn needs a lot of work. Maybe, though, we can see him bounce back on this Control C side that will be coming right up next, but we all know last time we went into a C side, Enzo, the traps, it reminds me so much of Nightmares.
I mean, come on, man. You know, when you're playing offensive or defensive, the spawn trap is just right there. You are able to just head glitch from the back of the enemy lines and go for the spray down, and that is really the curse that you want to lift away from Seaside. And you know, I'm really excited to see this matchup here because I want to see how Smart Omega, the system of Mori, the system of Jabin, utilize the terrain that is provided here in Seaside.
Well, we're going to be talking about that later on, right? But for now, let's take a look at our post-game breakdown. Risky back-to-back MVP, 14 kills, and he also has the highest rescue on the team. Talk about the medic and an MVP all at the same time. 2-in-1? 3-in-1, perhaps, for this dude right here. And we all know the last time Risky played out of his mind was back in Garena Masters 2. He was the playmaker for Omega to get that trophy up against Blacklist International at that time. Now he is back in form. I love what I'm seeing from him. Just needs to step up against tougher components here at Group B. But now looking at Prestige, some pots, second frag here this time, and I must say he did a lot better.
Way a lot better here. I mean, his KD is probably up there now. Comparing it to how it went down for Hardpoint, 6 and 40 was his score there. It might just be a calibration for Control. I'm sorry, I gotta apologize for throwing Sandpots down, but you know, everyone deserves a second chance, and Control should be his call here. Or at the same time, there is just a lot of teams that suffers from Smart Omega. Can't really blame the whole squad here of AX Prestige. But now we move over here to the post head-to-head statistics accumulated here in Search and Rescue.
Yup, total rescues. Actually, Prestige finally got something in their mind, right? They have the right idea. When you're playing Search and Rescue, you want to get your teammates up as much as possible. Then they did play the objective a lot better, but only by 1 point, right? Now, the kills definitely was the difference maker here. I believe one player only had 1 kill on the rounds that we had played on this map, the 10 rounds we had played here for Prestige, so that was unacceptable. And again, the SMG presence was lacking, and that's the reason why Smart Omega eSports had it so easy when it comes to breaking the area on the map itself. They know that they can win those gunfights and then just really deliver on point and just take a strong fortress once they got in.
I mean, the total rescue here, AX Prestige had it more, but it also is somewhat of a translation that they've been dying more than Smart Omega. But hey, it's not too set apart. and at the same time, they did have a better look in regards to the objective. But Smart Omega, the way that they were playing this whole game out right now is so dominant and just reciting towards getting those eliminations.
All right, a lot of teams, a lot of viewers are asking why Omega had to go for a roster change. If you're trying to look at Garena Masters 4 and Garena Masters 5, the past, right? Everything's not easy for them anymore. They could not get into the grand finals, and that's the reason why they had to call for a roster change. And looking at the addition of Youngjae into the team and his performance, definitely paying dividend, right? One thing that Smart Omega lack is the firepower on the respawns. And we saw Youngjae just casually drop a 30 bomb up against Prestige. And with Risky already back in form once again, pushed to the limits, this Smart Omega squad is looking like the #1 team on this Group P, man.
And it's really crazy that Youngjae is actually performing well in spawns. I mean, it has been that way for like the last 4 months, but there was a certain moment where Youngjae was only played in, before he had search and rescue. So props to Youngjae for really adapting to the system and how it has been going down to the respawns. And I know for a fact there is going to be a bit of a struggle here for Youngjae. I do want him to prove me wrong, but this guy specifically excels in long range. Seaside is not really that type of personality, so I want to rely towards having AG and Risky to go up front for the gunfights.
Now, it's important to note that they're starting on the defensive side, so it's going to be hard if we see a Prestige get that setup on the head glitch on the spawn trap that's available on this map. But again, just by looking at the past performances, gunfights were predominantly in favor for Smart Omega. And we're not just even talking about Youngjae's presence here. Risky has just been playing out of his mind. He is him in this battle here so far. And if he continues to work like this, man, I am seeing Smart Omega all the way to the top. Now let's go. Final map up the day for Smart Omega and Prestige going into Seaside. First time we see it on Group B. We got Smart Omega on the attack side. Prestige needs to prepare on the defense.
Yeah, heavy push here towards the A control point, and it's gonna be a rundown here for Smart Omega, but unfortunately they struggled there, and I think a bit of a disconnection there for this out of 10. Yep, look at that, and Youngjae 10 connects simultaneously, and that should be the bane for Smart Omega if ever this game continues even more.
Well, they're going to continue. They're not going to leave. There's already skills inside of the board, right? Youngjae is going to have a bit of control over towards the A side. Nice defense so far for Prestige, by the way. Now they're heading on to the Central Plaza, heading into the restaurant here is 3 members in yellow. Now they want to get as much as segments in there, increase that clock into another minute so that they can have ample time to go in for the spawn trap.
Now we get to see that Smart Omega here just owning their towards like dinosaurs, man. I mean, you get to see 4 players here holding their ground, holding the parameter here for this B control point. In this last segment should be a capture already. XP has to divert their attention here towards A control point, and they do have a lot of influence here, Cali.
Look at Smart Omega. They're extending over towards the baking house now, looking to try to invade the guerrilla base. And this is going to be a very ballsy move for them because every kill they do is always going to be a spawn shop. They send down Risky and AG to go into the enemy spawn. So once some eliminations goes through from Smart Omega at the red wine cellar, easy kills for them. And again, the invasion. They're just waiting at the corner.
AG, yep, AG knows.
Okay.
Yeah. AG knows he... All right, pop it.
All right.
Twist it. Yep,
there we go. Part 1. There's more.
Another one. Another one.
Another one.
Another one. Yep. Anytime now.
Okay.
Trying to play the spawn. Player 4 Gomlet.
There we go. Back. Okay. Hello, sir. How would you like a taste of my Fennec? Okay. Oh man, this is just absurd. I mean, this is the reason why you need to get some reinforcements. I am and some bots needs to go back into the spawns. Get their teammates some help because they are trapped by AJ, who finds himself a 5-piece with the Ascendant, and now he's only 1 away from the equalizer. Finally, he gets shut down. Okay.
Naughty
6
boy,
for
naughty
16.
boy, AG. AG, calm down. You had too much fun already. 6 to 15 now. Life lead still gonna be on the way for Smart Omega, but they have to find means to get some capture or just barge in and try to spray down like 10. He finds a double, Chain and Iron down. Left alone, Sampots, Iron and Gamla. 3 lives left, no more respawns, and the capture starts all over here for the set of Smart Omega.
The spawn trap was the deal breaker there for Prestige, because we know for sure that the players were definitely hanging in there when they were playing the A and B side correctly, not until Smart Omega invaded the Guerrilla base spawn. But even with the connection being a problem for Omega, they are still the ones at top. All because of AG. The amount of damage she dealt right there at the spawn was just insane.
You want to know why AG was spawn trapping? Because he's not in the bootcamp right now, so he has a different connection. So he is more than just able to play as well. So hey, AG should be the hard carry here, especially if there's gonna be a bit of a struggle for Smart Omega to connect. But man, oh my days.
Okay,
with a
calm
war
down.
machine on a flow state.
Yeah, pushing through single-handed defense at the red one. So there are finally some pots able to get that kill. But I'm looking at AG. Where is he at the moment? He's got an equalizer. His teammate Tin brings out this Spiral. Does not get a lot of investment over there and find good value off of it. But one thing more than likely, AG has already crossed his way at the fountains. If he wins that gunfight up against Floppy, it is going to get devastating. 21 to 25. Attack side is good so far, but they're going to get stopped on their second segment as Smart Omega gets that reinforcements inside with Tin. Waiting for the defense.
The 24 here, Smart Omega still going to be on the lead. Good influence though on an A control point here from the side of AX Prestige. I think they got to find means to allocate more players here for them to start and gain map control, but it's not looking to be in that case. Just by looking at the map here, all scattered around, and the spawn trap is well availed here for the side of Smart Omega.
Oh no, AG, oh no, he's gonna bring it out. Oh boy, equalizer, invested, and finally someone is able to tag him down. And there's still one more player alive there, that's Jabin. Just holding down the food store with the Fennec in hand. He is gonna stay alive, but the B side push now being created by Prestige. There's 2 members in there, but their teammates are gonna get trapped once again. Only 9 lives remaining for Prestige, and Jabin turning into J-God, getting this elimination and just diminishing these lives one at a time. The shred is real. No answer for Prestige as J-God gets himself at least 5 kills before getting taken down.
Yeah, the water's just flowing like Anki here. I mean, 4 to 12 now. And we are seeing that it's just going to be a round bound to be given for the side of Smart Omega. We do have one player here that's going to be player 3, Sampots. I mean, no Iron. Looking to wrap around. If ever they do get the break soon enough, they should be able to put Smart Omega here for the reset. But unfortunately, they do lose one player in the process. Now, it's just going to be a 3v4, make it a 2v5 situation. And all alone is going to be Iron and Fluffy. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here to change things around.
All right, Iron, show me what you got. On a 1v11, it's time to pull in some miracle. You're getting surrounded here. The longer you take on this rotation at the Central Plaza, he wants to play sneaky, but the time is just running out. I mean, how are you going to stay alive here? Risky's just spraying. Dun 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 dun.
Hotter, colder, hotter,
Oh.
hotter, hotter.
Oh!
Iron, run, risky.
Red light, red light. Get out, get out. Oh, he's gonna waste the time.
Yeah,
He's gonna save his weapon. Oh, this is
no build up, no build up for the operators.
Okay. He's just waiting. He's just waiting. He's scared. He's scared. I mean, it's a
okay,
it's a 1v11, Enzo. You're gonna have to think about the repercussions, right? You want to play it safe because you don't want to get another of these players from Omega to have their operators online. All right.
It was possible. All he had to do was take on Tin, AG next, Jabin after, risky
Easier
after,
said than done. It's easier said than done, dude.
Okay, man. Well, it is a possibility. I'm kidding. Okay, good call it for Iron, though.
1 in a 1 billion possibility.
You take what you can get. All right, final round here for Smart Omega, and they're going to go for an early capture here on this B control point. Last segment already captured. And that was the fastest capture on the B control point I've seen so far here for Seaside.
Oh, this is just insane. 4 members from Smart Omega pushing in at the base of the opponent, right? And here they are, about to come in and just beat down every player. Risky and Thin finds 2. And yeah, they just go back in. And just trying to remove all the trophy system here.
Oh, missed shot with a Sparrow for Tin. Should have been a double kill. Fails to accumulate. Unfortunately, Risky is here with a War Machine, and he's now zoning this A control point out. Look at the players funneling here. First side of AX Prestige, 4 players, and an Annihilator is now going to be invested by Ian. They should be able to retake this hard point, especially if the gunfights connect, and looking like it will.
Nice defense so far for Prestige, just to try to get themselves a chance to get 1 round here. But the players who go and lose their gunfights too will now have to meet Omega Youngjae, as well as Jabin on the spawns, and they got their Annihilator ready. And these players are good for 3, good for 4, good for 5. Youngjae, 12 kills for him. Got a Predator missile available. He's just spraying, rotating around, away from the enemy, just baiting. Will not get any more than that, but that's done the damage. It is going to be a +6 on the live count department in favor for Smart Omega, but still going to be doable for Prestige. Just need to get the defense on the A side, right? But AG is gonna stop them from doing so.
Yeah, when you say doable, AG was like, are you sure about that? David, on the front side, he is just able to go for the spray down with the claw. And AG is not stopping at all. Ian and Shane is not gonna be spawning. The Predator flies through, and that's going to be the dagger to close the deal out. Smart Omega winning control 3-0 in the series, 3-0 as well.
Now, viewers, this is the reason why you want to ban Seaside. You see the amount of spawn trap that can just turn things around for your team? You gotta immediately ban it, right? Play something that is a bit more balanced, like Control Arsenal. Or even better, just play Raid, right? A bit too underwhelming if you are a new team, because obviously if you went up against Smart Omega on Raid, that is one of their best maps back in 2022, it is going to get overwhelming. But I feel like the Control Arsenal could have been picked here a lot better, man.
Could have been the best choice. Could have been the best choice. I mean, if you put Smart Omega on Raid, they're going to utilize that sniper setup here from Youngjae. And now it could be Jabin as well. Could be a dual sniper setup. Jabin has been able to pull it off. Youngjae as well. Arsenal is a brand new map in regards to control, but at the same time, you know, both of these teams share some familiarities. Seaside, it's just crazy. It's an aim duel map. Once you gain map control, that is pretty much it. And if ever, let's say that AX Prestige was able to like gather their thoughts and possibly find some leeway to go for the spawn trap, exactly the same way Smart Omega did it, it could have changed the tides of the game, but it didn't really happen.
Yeah, you can see Prestige is able to hang in there, right, in terms of trades in the battles. But once they kind of let go of one spot on the map, especially the restaurant on Seaside, that's where we saw AG, Jabin, Youngjae just kind of push up all the way to the enemy spawn and just go in for this spawn trap, right? I think there has to be a guy that needs to be positioned on that area on the map just to not let the map control just snowball onto one squad. Because once 2 players is able to enter the spawn, you cannot easily win your gunfights in there, right? Once you press click, you're gonna spawn, you're gonna have to pick and choose. You only got a couple of seconds just to stay alive in there. Maybe slide in for a bit more survivability, but with 2 members just covering the spawn, it's just a lot harder for you to win your gunfights and support your team.
Yeah, and you got to see earlier that once the spawn trap ensues, the recovery is really tough. But fortunately for the side of AX Prestige, they were able to break it earlier when AG was going for his first run with the spawn traps. And Gomla went back and tried to mitigate and take down Risky. That was able to soften the spawn trap there out of the way from Smart Omega. And if only they were able to do that quickly coming in from like the next few rounds, next 2 rounds, then it wouldn't have been so disastrous as it should have been.
I gotta agree with that, right? But again, not so good, not so bad either for Prestige. At least they managed to go up against Smart Omega on this group stage, right? Yes, you hit a big green wall, but it's completely not over for your team to have a chance to fight for the playoffs. This is just one of the 7 matches that you are going to be playing on the group stage, and there is plenty of opportunities for you to have your team play for a spot on the playoffs. Taking a look at our post-game breakdown, AG. I mean, obviously, having the equalizer in hand on the 2 rounds he played, finding a lot of value in it, you would think obviously that he's gonna have the highest kills on the team, and he definitely does. 22 kills and 8 deaths.
And I was pretty much right here. I mean, Young Jay is not really the most fitted player to play CSAT control. Did struggle in regards to getting his kills up there, but at the same time, you can't really mention struggle when their team won 3-0. I think it's just more about really who's going to be able to excel in towards the map, and that's going to be AG and surprisingly Jabin here. Risky is up there. I mean, every player from the side of Smart Omega is just well consistent. Tin, though, for both respawns, was at the bottom side of the scoreboard, but at the same time, it's not really going to mean a lot when, coming in, your team wins dominantly.
And looking at our post-match head-to-head, right, objective 1 was done by Smart Omega successfully on the 3 maps they played. And looking at the kills, 89 compared to AX Prestige 34. And to top that all off, a 1.7 team KD for Smart Omega eSports. Spawn traps were just insane. And AX Prestige, that was their bane, right? They could not figure out a way to absolutely counter that. And it persisted up until the very end. Reason why they lost all those 3 maps. They had the chance, obviously, Enzo, to go up against Smart Omega face to face, but the map control wasn't that consistent, and giving away the restaurant and letting Smart Omega push up all the way to the spawns was the deal breaker there.
And the biggest thing about here for Smart Omega is that once you see Smart Omega not defending a control point, you can totally expect at least like 3 players roaming around the map looking for some sense of opportunity for them to start the spawn trap. That's something that AX Prestige was kind of complacent about. Okay, we're gonna get this 3-point captured, but little did they know, once they lose their life, once they lose their gunfights, players from Smart Omega, specifically AG, was already right there set it up. Hence why the kill dominance is just so much here. Set it for Smart Omega.
Now let's take a look at our maps and modes. Another 3-0 will be going into the board, as Smart Omega definitely came in big on these 3 maps, looking ever ready as their team, despite not having Whoopi around, is able to pull up a monstrous performance up against Prestige. But this is still not the hardest opponent that they will be facing, as they got a couple of stronger teams in the group that they will look to fight head-on in the coming days. 250 to 113 on the hardpoint Ashenda. We got 7-3 on Search and Rescue Tunisia. That right there, you know, I really love the way Prestige was putting their attention to, right? Some Pots was doing great, giving himself 7 kills. Multi-kills that made us shout, dude.
Yeah, I mean, just testing the waters here. And I gotta say, there's 2 ways you can take it, especially for AX Prestige here. No, you either lose your momentum because you got annihilated with Smart Omega, or you're gonna learn from it. After all, Smart Omega and Scatty is the only 2 teams that we're really eyeing out for in regards to, you know, getting some precious highlights. Well, given that they're gonna take the number 1 and number 2 spot, but the rest of the teams that will be playing here, Prestige, I think they have what it takes to really show up a fight. It takes a lot for you to score 100 points up against Smart Omega.
Yeah, also needs to just tighten up on their SMG line, because that's where the difference was created by Smart Omega. You saw Risky, you saw, you know, J-Bin in there just shredding them up in the hardpoint Ashenda. Then it just totally carried over in Search and Rescue, right? I believe Chain only had 1 kill on the post-game breakdown. Once we're able to finish this Tunisia map, right, then it's just crushing, right? But again, I think the team is obviously prepared for this match, and they know that this is a big wall, right? A big green wall that they're fighting up against with. And they definitely delivered on the first 2 maps. Could have done better on C side if they could have found a counter for the spawn trap initiated by AG. But yeah, I feel like this is going to be a great learning opportunity for them, right? This is going to be a tough opponent to go through. They did take the battle head on, tried their 100% best, and they do have a chance to bounce back because on April 27, Day 4 of Garena Masters 6, they're going up against Revox and Victa. A great opportunity for them to find a bounce back and get a win in the Masters 6.
Oh yeah, when the performance of Revox and Victor showed up against the Lulus earlier, I think AX Prestige might just have something similar to say as well. But that's for us to find out in April 27, though. Moving over to the highlights here, man. I mean, Hardpoint, there wasn't really so much, but Sam Potts, bro, he was owning the ground at some point of the game.
Yeah, multiple kills was made, right? He was lighting it up on the kill feed, but again, cannot let his team get that victory as Smart Omega had a great start on that search and rescue. Over at the seaside, we know what happened here. AG, once he's able to get the spawn trap ensued, there was no answer for Prestige. They kept on running to their deaths. And you can see it on the highlights here. He was able to stay alive for as long as he wants to and just completely reduces the odds of Prestige in taking it home. Now your most valuable player going to be Jabin here.
I mean, I'm kind of happy for this, man. I mean, I did call. He is the best player for Smart Omega, in my opinion. And him getting that MVP right there, hey. All right, John. But hey, Jabin, come again, 68 kills with an average score of 2,816, KDA of 2.96, and his operator skill, well pressed it earlier, very impactful. He controls seaside. It's going to be the Claw.
I mean, he used to be a player, used to utilizing the War Machine, right? But again, he had a role change. Now he's playing the SMG line, which is a totally different setup that he was rocking back when he's playing Garena Masters Season 1 and Season 5. Now back with an even promising lineup for Smart Omega, this guy knows how to win. A 1.6 on the replacement on the placement average on the 5 Garena Masters, taking top 1 on both Garena Masters Season 1 and Season 4. And top 2 on Garena Masters Season 2 and 3. This guy knows how to get that job done, right? And for Smart Omega to have him, it is going to put that team back in the top 3 discussion.
Yeah, man. I mean, Jabin, drastic improvement here for Jabin, and I want to see more from him. Young Jay, props to you for finding your home. Hopefully this time around, stay a while here for Smart Omega, and he does fit the system pretty well. Whoopi not around, can get it done.
Jabin is a great, can go up against the discussion, up against Insinuous. The best leader on the team, right? Having that IGL, definitely knows how to get it through. And Jabin will pull it. And as soon as we see him play in the game, right? Obviously, you're going to think that he's going to have the top frag. But no, it was actually risky on the first and the second map here that took the MVP. But his performance on map number 3 was the difference maker there.
Now, with that being said here, Callie, is now done, and you know what's up next. It's going to be the interview of Smart Omega. Callie, prepare your questions here. I mean, I got some questions to say as well.
Oh man, I can't wait to get some answers here because there's a lot of questions that the viewers are finding an answer for, and we're going to be asking our interviewee later on as we get a bit of some player insights from Smart Omega themselves, right? And one thing more than likely is the addition of Young Jay, right? This guy played the heck out of his mind on the first maps, being the top fragger for the team.
Yeah, I mean, Young Jay, the question about picking up Young Jay is truly a question that I want to have and I want to relay to Smart Omega. It's such a very interesting choice here, and guess what? It worked out pretty blinded in regards to the pickup of Young Jay, but seeing his performance now, I kind of get a grasp on why exactly him.
Yeah, for sure. Much more consistent when you're needing an AR player, right? And now we're going to be hopping into an interview with Smart Omega's Coach Maury. So everybody, we got your questions ready. And Coach Maury, it's been a while since we last saw Smart Omega. It's great that we finally get to see you and the team successfully get their first win on Garena Masters 6. Now, this is the first question, and I know everybody is begging to find an answer for, Coach, because right now, we got Young Jay's acquisition into Smart Omega, right? And what does this mean to the team, and what could this implicate with Whoopi's Whoopi standing on itself. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I think there's I think there's a bit of a problem, Mori, on your microphone.
Yeah. Are you muted right now, Mark? Because we can't hear you actually. Yeah. It's okay. It's all right. We can try to turn it back up, right? But yeah. How about now? Let's try it up once again.
Yeah,
we
no
can't.
sound from Mori right there. Well,
Ah! We can't hear him. We can't.
unfortunately, abort mission, guys. I mean, so unfortunate here. I mean, hey, that is just how it's gonna go down sometimes. So, fortunately, Callie, with a lot of questions in mind here, man, we can just stuck it up.
No.
And we know for a fact that in some way, there's gonna be plenty more opportunities for us to ask Mori with their next few matches as well.
Hopefully we get to retry back, right? Reconnect with Mori there just to find an answer for the questions that everyone's begging to ask in the YouTube comment section, right? I mean, they're obviously asking for Whoopi and where is he on the lineup right now, and what does the acquisition of Youngjae into the table implies to the overall future of Smart Omega itself. And a lot of changes that we saw for the squad, honestly, especially with the gun rolls. With Jabin switching from the AR to the SMG role, you also got yourself another talent in Youngjae now playing that AR role for you, and is able to provide so much consistency with the gunshots at the hour point agenda. That's definitely a lot of promise that this team definitely has.
With the involvement here for the side of Smart Omega, I'm not seeing any loopholes here on whether which team or which player will be falling away in regards to performance. Everyone is just blessed mechanically, and it's just all going to come down to the decisions for the whole team itself.
Yeah, and obviously for the squad, right? I mean, Smart Omega, they will be finishing their battle here already. And now this is going to be a tougher matchup for them coming into the next games. But for Prestige, right? We've been talking about Prestige, but we're going to be jumping into an interview once again with Coach Mori. Coach Mori, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right. Yes,
Can
finally.
hear.
All right, that's great. Okay, back to our first question,
go.
Coach Mori. Congratulations on the first win up against Prestige.
Thank
Now we
you
want to
so
touch
much,
up
Callie.
on the acquisition. We want to get the acquisition on Candies. I mean, not Candies, but acquisition on Youngjae's for Smart Omega, right? And what does this imply to Whoopi's role on the team moving forward?
So the reason why I got Youngjae is because he was a beneficial player for the team during the Nationals way back in 2022. And him being added to the team, it added some things that are not really on the technical side. It's more about how the team functions outside the game. And I think it's a very, very huge thing for the team right now. That's why I am. Oh, we got him, you know. And the reason why Whoopi is currently. Actually, Whoopi's with us right now. I didn't let him play tonight is because I'll only let him play for the big matches.
Oh.
Okay, you guys got your answer. Okay, follow-up question, Enzo.
I'm not gonna ask like which player is gonna get subbed out if Whoopi is gonna be playing here. No, that's on you guys here. But overall, how are you feeling about your group here? Aside from Scaddy or even Scaddy, who is the biggest threat for you guys in this group B?
I think everyone's a threat in Group B. I've been studying all of them. I have
Very safe answer.
I've looked into the play from PV Sage, from Kay Odin. I've been watching a lot of the teams, and I think all of them are capable of actually being a threat to us. So there's no holding back.
All right, as usual, for Smart Omega's Coach Mari. We got one more question before we let you go. You guys are the Garena Masters Season 2 and Season 3 champions, all right? Now, how confident are you guys in winning the Garena Masters 6 title and taking that throne back?
100%. 101%, actually.
Oh,
Thanks,
okay. We got our answers. All right. Thank you so much, Coach Mori, for providing us this insights and giving us an answer for the viewers' question in the comments section that we got in our social media. Thank you so much. We will be looking forward to your next game on the following day that we got for Garena Masters 6. Peace out, Coach Mori.
Thank you, Maury. Well, wow. I mean, Callie, just by talking to Maury about like your observation about the rest of the teams here, man. I mean, no one is safe. Everyone's a threat for them, but at the same time, when Maury has your eyes on you, you are not safe, brother.
Yeah, and this team definitely said they got 101% confidence rate that they can win Garena Masters 6 titles, and obviously, this is great for the scene itself. And Whoopi, he will only be playing on the bigger games. A hide strat, it is evident, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back when we hop into our match number 3. We will be having our final game of the day. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back into Garena Masters 6. We are down to our final game of day 2 of the group stage of Garena Masters, and we got an amazing match up ahead, just like what we had yesterday. This one is going to be a close one. Joining you at the desk, it's me, Cali Gaming, down here with Enzo, and we got VV Sage going up against Scotty, a team renowned for their amazing performance for the past 2 majors.
I mean, Scotty has been around Garena Masters for the longest time. They at least have like what 3 to 4 appearances here now. And for the side of Sage, this is their second time here appearing. This time they have a new player in line. It's gonna be Viper here, and I gotta talk about Viper, man. Corvin was an absolute showdown there for the side of Sage, but when Viper came into the mixture, this guy can rock things out here with an SMG.
And this is the most different thing about Sage, right? Sage Ultimate as a team overall. This is not any pro team. This is a collegiate team, by the way. A university team that plays the eSports at the collegiate level. And they just so happen to head into Garena Masters not once, but twice already. So there's definitely some talent that this team definitely had on their roster, and they just continue to prove that they're going to be a bigger threat as the days progress. And if you guys don't know, this team exactly know how to make sure they give every team they face a tough time. Now we got the lineup of Scotty here. They got Freezy, Tokyo, Mids, Chroma, Sanji, and Kenobi. And we talk about Freezy being the X factor for this squad, but you did touch up on Sanji, acquired by Scotty for this Masters, right? And what does this implies to the team itself?
I mean, Sanji can back the team up with this sniper here now. And if you guys don't know, actually, Sanji and Luffy are best friends. That's why Sanji and Luffy is their names, because they've been friends for like the longest time. And that is exactly why they have the tandem right there, Sanji and Luffy. But, you know, Kenobi, on the flip side, is a player that will be present for the first time as well in the Garena Masters stage alongside with Sanji. And both of these players was present as well in one major tournament that we were playing in locally. And come again, because I was Sanji was a part of Adine back then, and we were able to rock the heat there now. But moving over now for the set of Sage, we got Corvin, Chicken, Hayara, Justin, Mako, and Viper.
Yeah, I mean, too many players to mention that have played back in Garena Masters, but the most notable one is Justin back when he was under C8 eSports, back when him and Dre was kicking it back in Garena Masters Season 1. You also do have Hayera in there, who played for VVV eSports under Garena Masters Season 3. He also played for, if I'm not mistaken, Sage Esports in Garena Masters 5 itself. So just a team just looking to progress better day by day, scrimming up against the best team in the region, and just being under a great coach in Kitoy. This team is definitely a big threat in this group.
Yeah, Kitoy, man. I mean, he was a player for the longest time as well for the set of Sage, and then he decided, now, you know what? I'm going to be an analyst for the squad. I want to be a coach for the squad. And bam, they were able to qualify for this major tournament, so congratulations to them. Hopefully this time, though, they're gonna make it to the playoffs, because they did struggle quite a lot during the last run for the Garena Masters. Wasn't even able to put up a fight so much for the rest of the composition that is within their group.
Now we'll take a look at the maps and modes here. This map is pretty similar to what we had in map number 1. Hardpoint Summit, Search and Rescue Tunisia, Control Arsenal. This will combine the close and the long-range engagement. So looking forward to what will be the outcome at the end of the day. I feel like this map number 1 is going to dictate who will have the upper hand, especially on the gunfight department, on the mental game. Because we know for sure Skyly Freezy, he can deal many damage if he can play the SMG and the shotguns very well. And now that he added Chroma and Sanji for him to be able to get some supply of offense once they hop into Search and Rescue Tunisia, this will be a tough fight for Sage. But we all know this Sage squad, once again, they always give every team that they go up against with a tough time. Now, can they bring it up against Scotty, who is the cool kids on the block?
I mean, Scotty, they have been the team that is usually the fillers of the group stage here now. And come again, they were able to qualify for the playoffs at some point, no, placing 4th for the overall run. But this time, I kind of have to say, and I think you, Callie, would have to agree, this is the strongest lineup that Scotty has been able to compose so far here for this Garena Masters series.
I agree, man. I mean, you have Tokyo, you got Chroma in there that can play very fast and can just support Freezy when you're playing these respawns. And having Sanji around that can play that scope for you definitely will be the X factor, as that's the only game mode that they only have a hard time when they're going up against the bigger teams in the competition. Now for Sage Ultimate, they're going to be coming as the underdog on this battle, but they've been here before and they did not back down whatsoever. And again, Chicken, Hyera, those are going to be the players that needs to play fast here and just try to dismantle the pacing that Scotty will be allocating, since they won both the respawn map picks, right? In Hardpoint Summit and Control Arsenal, you're gonna need to have that consistent performance from your SMGs.
And now we move over to the possible run here. It's going to be the operator skills. Scatty will have a Claw, Equalizer, Purifier, Sparrow, and War Machine for the side of Sage. There's going to be a Claw, War Machine, Sparrow, Equalizer, and Purifier. Basically a mirror matchup here, Cali. No Annihilators found.
Yep. I love that the team says just focusing more on the OP weapons, right? I mean, this is Summit. You might as well want to have easier time in just defeating your players. And Annihilator on a close range map has a lot of punishment, right? It just missed one shot, it's already over for your life. And that's just another wasted operator that was put into the game thinking that you're gonna have the better chance of advancing and just scoring tons of kills, intercepting and buying your team some time in holding off that point. And I love that they picked the easiest operator to use here. I'm talking about the Purifier plus the Equalizer. Once those operators are invested onto P3 and P4, which are the money hills on this map, it's so easy to just control the map itself and just go in and have a fortified fortress to score those money time.
And if you're looking at the operator skills right now, it is more leaning towards getting those AoVs. After all, Summit is a very close quarter map. And when you have a Sparrow and a War Machine alongside with a Purifier node, it's much easier for you to control the spawns and so on. But come again, what matters is really just the execution here. Let's see who's going to be able to rock the heat. I mean, Callie, I want to hear your predictions, man. I mean, you have been throwing me under the bus here so far. You've been throwing me into the hot seat. I want to ask you a question. Who do you think will win? Is it going to be Sage or Scatty?
Looking at the maps, 2-1 will be my score in favor for Sage. And I mean it, right? I mean, I'm not gonna make any longer because I already learned my lesson. But how about you, dude?
I think I'm going to be leaning towards a 2-1 as well, favor for Sage here. But at the same time, I'm not really questioning Scatty. It's just that, you know, they have been falling over and over again. And just by talking to some players as well for Sage, is that they have been heated up. They want to prove themselves worthy. They don't want to be a filler for the group stage. They actually want to make it to the playoffs and make the biggest impact, not just in the collegiate scene, but overall be the testament that they can rise back to the top.
And you can let us know in the comment section which team you guys are supporting. And we want to find out, as we want to give a clear narrative and of course a clear base on who's got the majority of support on this coming game that we'll be pairing up against, right? 3 maps of action. You got the Hardpoint, Search and Rescue, and Control about to go. And I'm just as excited to find this new roster for Scotty because they're one of the front runners to become the #1 or the #2 team in this group itself. And should they get themselves such a dominant victory up against a Sage Ultimate squad who we know has been grinding and putting in the work all of these months to prepare for the big moments, you're gonna have to feel good if you take this win in a dominant way.
Come again, you know, predictions is something that we love to do and say, but it's all gonna come down to Scatty. Hey, prove us wrong for this one. I really want to get proven wrong here. We really want to get proven wrong, and we all know the forces that Scatty has been able to build up. Come again, this is the strongest Scatty roster that has been able to come through here in this Garena Masters series. So can't wait to see the match starting here, Callie.
Obviously, this is a close-range combat map that is picked by Scotty that will be coming right up next, and they got the biggest advantage. But the Summit map is not a foreign map to everybody that's been around the competitive scene for so long. Summit has been around since 2022, and even way before that, right? Back when we had tournaments that's outside of Garena Masters series. And guys, it's all about finding that right rhythm and wanting it more today. Getting this victory is important as you want to have a lot of confidence heading into day 2, and every series is totally gonna count on who makes it to the playoffs. Remember, only 4 teams out of the 8 teams for each group will be making it to the top 8 on the playoffs. So better come in ready and going.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has to get ready here. There's 2 unknown spots. Now we are moving into the hardpoint game here. Better spawns here for the side of Sage. Scatty on the flip side, though, they are looking to get main map control. And that is going to be them getting the first initial sense of contestment. But at the same time, the cavalry comes in here for Sage. First point, though. Scatty, we go.
Yeah, Kenobi on an early 3-piece along with Chroma. And Sage Ultimate, again, they're going to be spawning on the green side. And they need to get that second floor to lock down and in favor for them to have as much as easier time in just defeating Scatty, who is inside of the first floor of the control room. Viper, nice job so far controlling the top side. But Mid's there for the trade. 14 and 5 on the scoreboard. Sage slowly climbing their way up. But do note that you're gonna want to focus on securing the P2 spawn, as we got only 10 seconds left as we move into the next hardpoint.
Yeah, Green Raider spawn here is going to be leaning towards Sage Ultimate. But the battle here for hardpoint number 1 still very continuous, and the remaining scrap time here is still going to go to the way of Scatty. Move over though, rotation-wise, Sage has a better look. And they do have 2 players here to possibly barge in though. The question is, can they finally live up and try to level up their gunfights? Yeah,
Mid's on it just a 2-piece here. Tokyo's just playing the OBJ, getting himself a 4-piece. Everybody's just spawning around for Sage Ultimate, and Tokyo on a 5. Going on a tear, just single-handedly closing every distance down up against anyone who dares to contest. And he is not spotted. He is slippery as a snake. And now he has a Predator missile to get all this information and put more kills for himself. 7 in a row. He brings out the equalizer. No one is able to stop him at the moment. The P2 has been big for Scatty to increase that lead. And man, rotation has been caught down only by 1 man, and that name is Tokyo.
Yeah, Tokyo here is playing out of his mind with an equalizer, already on 12 kills. First player in the lobby to reach double digits. And still, you get to see Sage Ultimate. They do have the better look here for the early rotations for hardpoint number 3, but their gunfights is just not connecting at all. And Kenobi is already here contesting the hill. And soon enough, we are about to see another pinch play here for Scatty.
As Scatty, they're just obliterating the players by not securing the spawns, but also just contesting and just adapting to the spawn that they're currently having, right? They are spawning at the control room. They got the smokes to cover the distance, and that will allow Sage to close that distance down for now. And Sprizzy, Chroma, they are just lighting up the kill feed so far. No answer for Sage. Now the spawns have flipped. It's all down to Justin to make the play off the back, but even he gets shot down. Now Scatty is able to flip that spawn and put that team at the better spot to score that lead even further.
And the pinch comes in here for the set of Sage, but Scatty is just solidified inside a hardpoint.
Wow.
Investment galore here for the set of mids. Zoning things out here from mid snow. Corvin looks to get the play, but it's not just going to go through his way. And in transition, now we get to see Sage Ultimate here losing a lot of players in rotation. That's going to be biting them down, slowing them down big time.
104 to 19. Now we're on rotation. And it doesn't even matter if Scatty will be coming off late because the gunfight has just been visible. They're the stronger team in terms of finding these eliminations. Corbin just holding down the shots. Blue Raider in control. But look at the spawns flipping just because you had Tokyo securing the back of the base. And now it is just going to be a rough hill. Another tough mountain to climb if you are Sage Ultimate, as you're spawning all around the map. Easier for Scatty to get a lot of his eliminations, just anticipating the players on his long range.
A bit of a desperado mode here for the set of Sage Ultimate, and now they finally put their bodies inside a hill, and they are able to gain some sense of control. And the spawns are well favored for them. This should be the perfect opportunity for them to find it evener, to be on par in regards to the points here up against Scatty. And then soon enough, we are about to wrap off this hard point. There's not going to be a lot of opportunities here for Scatty to get the break, but at the same time, they're persistent with it. They want to go for it. They want to take it back towards their side, and they're about to get the remaining scrap time.
Oh my god, everything is just being laid off by Scatty on the kill feed, right? But Sage still trying to fight. And you love the scrappy play here. They're not giving a lot of time for Scatty to get into this P4 and just secure the 100-point lead. But now we're going on to that reset. Kenobi, he's been doing well, providing that long-range support with that AR. Scatty's still trying to prioritize getting the second floor so that they can trap the players from the green spawns. And the attention to detail there is insane. Now, with that play going through, easier now for the push to go inside of the P1.
Yeah, they got 2 players here, 3 players around the perimeter, 4-2 F. And they got 2 players as well here, just holding the main hard point down. Wherever they live, they're greeted with a gunfight. And they're just able to win it out all throughout. 30 seconds left in this hard point, and no heap of contentment at all here for the side of Sage.
Oh my, Corvin, nice shots for him. And the team is still so far behind. I mean, the only player for Sage was Corvin in this P1. The rest was just spawning on greens, and Scotty was just going in for this pawn trap. Now Mitz brings out his own R9 with this Fennec Wombo combo. This team going to grow that lead. 162 now to 41 as we hop into P2.
Now, a very drastic, massive lead here for the set of Scatty. Once more, Sage Ultimate not going to have any problems at all. Getting the spawns here for hardpoint number 2. Green Raider is on their side. But the problem is that their presence inside this hardpoint has been very lackluster. Hey though, they are winning some sense of gunfights. It's a 50-50 battle right now, but in that process, they lose the spawns, and the break comes in here for Scatty.
Oh, nice. War Machine investment now for Mitz. I mean, every value of operators is going greatly for Scotty here, right? We saw that on P2 earlier, where they brought out 3 and just managed to escape the bad spawns, flip it, and also score a Monhill on that hard point. Now, again, just trying to grow that lead even further. No contest being made by Sage Ultimate whatsoever onto the catwalks. And that's been alarming because that's been happening for 2 rotations already, right? And earlier what was Tokyo, now it was Chroma just holding that one down.
Yeah, it's just crazy that the adaptability here for Sage is not really still present here. After all, you are guided by Olea and Katoy from the back end. No, and it's not showing at all in regards to the adaptability once more. So here we go. Can change things up here for this hardpoint number 3. I mean, they are barging in very quickly, but they're losing those individual gunfights. It's only going to be players 3 that's going to be Freezy here holding it down. A pitch is offered by now, and finally they do get it back. But the question is, can they withstand the force of Scatty?
Here we go. Scotty just trying to go for a 2-man push now. They're sending out number 4 in Tokyo to come off the back. Now get that flank ready to go. But still a nice stand for Sage. Finally some signs of life. Still needs to try to win the flip of battle in the spawns. As you got number 3 in Freezy investing the claw just to get their team to spawn on his back. And there, the contest happens and it's successfully done. But Viper is still going to have himself off the back. And Scotty's prepared to attack and defend in all angles. Going to be easy now for them to get only 20 more points for them to finally go head on to P4.
Yeah, at this point of time here for the set of Scatty, they don't really have to go for this early rotation. Coming in, we were able to see the showcase of how well they can retake a hard point. So this shouldn't be any problem for them. And fortunately, Kenobi spawned from back red. They should be able to flip away the spawns and wash away Sage. We get to see 3 players from the set of Sage pushing up the mid lane, so far away from the hard point, and it opens up with Scatty once more contesting it all true.
Kenobi, 32 kills for him, and Freezy's got 36. Chroma's got 31. Almost everybody has 30+ kills inside of Scotty now. Sage, nice investment with its Sparrow, finds himself a 3-piece. That will allow them to just narrow down the spawns of Scotty to come from the catwalks, right? And they immediately bring in all of these operators, find a lot of kills in it, and now stand their ground. But the problem is the spawns already flipped, and Scotty is inside at that point. Only 15 points for them to take this win. They got mids inside with the War Machine, stopping any player on site. Just 7 more points for the win, and Sage just throws everybody inside of the point just to stop this push, but Scotty still claims the scrap side. Moving on to next, just 3 more points for them to take that win. 5 seconds, about to unlock the point, and Sage Ultimate is nowhere near. Scotty enters inside. Last few contest coming in for Mako, and he needs to win every gunfight. His team survives, but at what cost? They need to play first from here on out. Sage Ultimate, a couple of players still surviving inside. Players from Scotty standing at the top, and man, the survival of the fittest is through. Sage Ultimate still going strong.
Yeah, the hustle is here for the status stage. Ultimate play into perfection, literally into
Oh,
perfection.
no!
But Mako hops out of the hard point, and they get washed away. They lose the game, and Scatty, they claim hard point pretty dominantly. Wow.
Hey, they finally found the rhythm, right? I mean, Stage Ultimate, they got themselves with a lot of heat in there, right? I mean, they were just scoring tons, but again, there's not enough. Scotty is just on a different level, right? And then, just like what you said, this is the best version of Scatty. And when you got Freezy being supported by Kenobi and Chroma itself, this team definitely one of the biggest threats in Group B.
This is so random here, but you've been calling Yopi1 Kenobi. I think in some way
This is the other half.
Yeah, this is the other half. Absolutely. You got
Yopi
one Kenobi in one tournament.
All right, definitely something I'm looking forward to come the playoff time. Yopi1 versus Kenobi. Okay, the real nickname is definitely gonna line up, right? But you expect that game to be that dominant though, or not?
No, not at all. I mean, I'm biting my tongue right now because I predicted that Sage Ultimate will be able to win this one 2-1. But if you doubt Scatty, this lineup of Scatty right now, Callie, it's just gonna bite you down big time. They were able to prove me wrong, not just by a little, but big time, man.
I agree. And again, Freezy is the main player on this squad, but Kenobi is just trying to steal that spot away from him. And this is the firepower that Scotty can provide, right? They don't have no coach, but they play relentless, and it's the bugging thing. This team has a lot of talent and just needs more refining to go up and become the next best thing in Garena, right? They're the next best thing to come in Garena. And tracing back Freezy, and where this player was playing before, right? This guy go way back, Garena Masters Season 1, back when he was under C8 eSports. So, yeah, definitely a talent, right? A diamond in the rough. Once this guy hits the right age, oh boy, this guy's gonna punish almost everybody.
You know, Kenobi here, man. This guy, I know his settings. Plays on the highest FOV, plays on sync to ADS. Pretty small device that he has here, but the precision that he is able to present here in this very match, very impressive. Kenobi was a player that was trending in the community scene, has never really made it to the majors, not just yet. And in this very moment here, man, he is able to prove his slot for Scatty.
This might just be the next. This will be the next elevate, right? The next WPM Lokings. We've been eyeing out for the next biggest threat for Garena Call of Duty Mobile MSP server. And for the past 2 years, we've been hyping up Elevate, and they definitely deliver in terms of their performance, right? It's just the way they close it out. That's where they're kind of lacking at the moment. But with the right players at the right time, and with Scatty just proving the dominance on that hard point, Summit just goes to show to you the effort that this team did in just trying to scout the hidden talents, right? And the newest players on this scene that we got in the Philippines. And looking at our post-game breakdown, Freezy will be your MVP. 40 kills, 33 deaths, 1 minute and 1 second on that time. But obviously, Tokyo will have the highest impact rating for the team, as he's got the OBJ and 36 kills to back him up. And Sage, they can't be too hard on themselves. This is just a first game, right? They had a cold start. We saw that how well they played the last few moments of this hardpoint summit, and they were hanging up, right? They were definitely fighting Scatty, hanging with the pacing, with the eliminations. It's just that they wasted so much time trying to figure out how they want to play map 1.
We'll see though. I mean, search and rescue here is going to be a brand new game mode once more that these players will have to prepare for here. And something about Sage Ultimate is that they are pretty okay in regards to search and rescue, or formerly known as search and destroy back then. So I'm not so certain in regards to what kind of game plan that they're going to be offering. But come again, you are guided by Kito, you are guided by Olea, and you should be able to find the means to adapt. At the same time, you know, strategy is one thing that can be projected to you, but if you're not really able to adapt to how the game plan is going on the other side, then you are bound to fall down. It was only late into the game of Hardpoint that Sage was able to gather their thoughts up, but come again, it was a bit too late. Damage already has been done.
Now I'm looking forward to the search and rescue that we got coming right up next. But before that, let's take a look at our post-game head-to-head and see the difference between these teams in terms of kills, hill times, and the dominance score. Kills were kind of very similar, right? Just a plus 29 in favor for Scatty. But the hill times dominance score is definitely in favor for Scatty by a huge margin here. Obviously, almost accumulating 2/3 of the chart.
And kill-wise, kind of set apart as well. 30 kills is pretty big here in regards to hardpoint. No, hill time-wise, Scatty, come on, man. Pretty much fully in control. 70% of the time that Scatty was able to bag it down. Dominance-wise, 250 to 125. It's half, Cali. It's half of the overall accumulated points in this game.
Now, how do you bounce back if you're Sage Ultimate on this crushing defeat? Yes, you did score up until 125, but anything really, Scatty was just trying to give up those time to set up for next. And this was a team that knows how to manipulate those spawns and was constantly winning those close range combat. Freezy, Chroma, Tokyo, they were on a streak every time. We look at the top left side of our game screen, it always was painted in the lights of Scatty. And yeah, at 250 to 125 scoreline, Scatty will be coming in hot, heading into search and rescue Tunisia. But this time, this is a map picked by Sage. So this is their best map. They're feeling confident that their sniper is going to outplay Scatty. But here's the thing. Scatty can play fast. Freezy knows how to zigzag his way in with that utilization of that smoke. And how do you counter that if you're Sage will be the most important question to answer as we hop into map number 2.
I mean, it's a map chosen by Sage, and it's a very default map of search and rescue. In this very game mode, snipers are really relevant to mention here. I mean, obviously, it's safe to mention that Corbin will be rocking the scopes here for the side of Sage, but who is subbing in for Scatty is worth mentioning here, man. Sanji. This guy is an icon. This guy has been trending as well. And this is a player that has been basing his gameplay off Luffy. And it's a no question. They've been friends. This guy took inspiration from his buddy Luffy. And he basically copied pretty much like the sensitivity similarly as well. And man's on the same device with Luffy. This guy is very impactful with the sniper. The guy knows how to change the tempo. So it's a very interesting thing here. I was surprised that he parted ways with Odine. But looking at the system here for Scatty, I think this might just be the player that they've been looking for.
The only problem that Scatty had all throughout the Garena Masters seasons that they played is their search and destroy. Now, we got search and rescue, which is a totally fresh take on our competitive scene, which has been great so far. Loving what I'm seeing with all those rescues and how much of comebacks are available with all of that plays coming through, right? And again, for Sage to start on the defensive side, it's just finding and searching where Scatty will be trying to take that hit, because they can, again, attack aggressive and just full forge their way in, and they have the gunfights to back that one up. Freezy, always a great front man, but they also got a sniper in mids that can do that load for them once we hit that passive gameplay for them. And again, for Sage, it's just coming in ready up against Scatty and trying to adapt as fast as they can, because they lag behind in that map number 1.
I mean, it takes a lot, and we haven't really seen a team bounce back, not just yet here for this group stage. Can it be Sage now, or will Scatty perform astronomically well and just dominant here in this run? As this round number 1 starts off now, it's going to be Scatty on the defense for the set of Sage.
Yeah, Kenobi will be subbing out for Sanji. Now we got some replacements. It's time to hit those shots. Garden control right now for the other team, as Sanji is just trying to maintain a lot of pressure on his balcony. Trophy systems are hit, and oh, where did that shot came from? Just like that, first bloods are exchanged.
Interesting as well. Hera is now coming in here for the side of Sage. Trades after trades coming in now. Break is on for the side of Scatty. Mid's taking down Mako. And it's now going to be Chicken and Corbin all alone here. Double sniper left here for the side of Sage, but the pickup here towards Sanji will bring up the forces of the scopes as well. And then we get to see a minute left on the clock, and the time will get drained down here, minusing 20 seconds as the bomb will get planted. Time of the factor now ticking towards Scan.
Yeah, scan will be made. Another player goes back into the field. Freezy, who's got 2 kills in the first round, gets the shot. Tokyo gets the heady onto Chicken. He did not chicken out on that gunfight, but he took a bullet to the face. Scatty takes round number 1. And again, that's what I was saying. The full-fledged aggression at the A site was felt, and Sage Ultimate had most of their players going down. Now, how are you going to adjust? Well, here is the question, right? And see, they're going to head on to B while Sage Ultimate tried to full force their way heading into the balcony, but no information. But the best thing about this is that they can go in for a multi-angle attack.
Yeah, look at this, man. 3 players wrapping around here. 2 players coming in from the front. And a big cut for Sanji, though. He misses the first shot. Has an opportunity to go for the second, but Mako will find a 2-piece on the feed. Sanji missing his shot, finally connects with 1. Hey, Rite comes in. They clear up the site, and Sage gets their own round.
That's a great attack, by the way, by Sage, right? They knew immediately that when they hop into A long, there was no players visible for Scotty. So there's only one area that they will be coming from, and that will be from the B square, where they planted that bomb. As soon as that hit was taken, immediately 2 players were sent by Sage to come from the ice cream truck. Then a member coming in from the double doors, and Mako was creating the play on the bottom side, right? All the way to top red.
Now another B execution here for the side of Scatty. And we see a different approach this time around here for the retake coming in from Sage. In the process, Chroma does go down, but Mids does get the pickup. So it's going to be a 5v5 here. The bomb, though, there's going to be a bit of a hesitance. And that's going to be buying enough time here for the side of Sage to get around the parameter. It looks like they want to go for the picks instead. Chicken goes down.
Yo, Scotty is thinking about the back alley attack. That's not going to happen. Sage is just on the double doors. Now they're focusing so much on the backside that they are looking to just flush down everybody.
Yeah, flush down everybody quickly like that, man. Not the first time that we got to see a team just flush out a player. I mean, a whole squad in that B bomb set in the same map.
Same map. Same round as well.
Surprising. Very interesting. I mean, it might just be a bad year now, but at the same time, glad to see Scatty here picking up another shot. Early connection for Freezy, taking down Justin, and that should be buying enough confidence here for Scatty to barge in towards an A bomb side. Hayata, though, in the process will be able to get 1. Tokyo does get the trade. The break is loose here in this bomb site. Should be the bomb planted if they get the clear up, but what a shot for Chicken. Wow.
They just gotta have to wait for Mako to make that rotation in the long A. Now he's gonna take a lot of time. Freezy, he's hitting up, but Mako creating the distraction from the back. He's the only player alive. Resurrections will be made, and Mids takes down Mako. Scatty takes a 2-round lead, and the A side has just been working so far. No answer for Sage Ultimate there. There was an answer, but the rotation just came in too late for Mako, who was moving in at the A long, and by the time he's already at the A square, immediately his teammates fell in the hands of Freezy.
You're at the position of Justin where you are the veteran for the squad. You got to find means to really bounce back here. 0 kills for him, and we're talking about round number 5 already. An early shot here, early need connecting to Corbin is not going to be helping Sage at all. Mako whipping his shot off that planter is just biting them down as well. Tokyo, a bit of a greedy play right there, will get him punished down, but the aggression here from the side of Scatty is just overpowering Sage Ultimate. Hayera, Mako, all alone. All gonna come down to Mako now here to clutch things up here in a 1v3 situation. 24 seconds left on the clock, and it's gonna be Mids here on the front line that he has to deal with first. But Freezy will get the finishing blow, and Scatty will go 3 in a row.
Not even a chance to rescue his teammates at the double doors, as we had Sanji just getting that oversight for Scatty. The attacks are just relentless. Scatty just wastes no time, but just overwhelming the numbers game at the sites. This time a full force attack at the A site. Grenades, smokes already lined in. Sage Ultimate Warrior. Are they going to be attacking? Seems like they're going to be a step too late on this. Hayera is hiding around the tarpaulins, but he's even going to get picked down by Tokyo.
Yeah, the pressure is high here for the side of Sage. They can't really seem to find the proper respondment as soon as Scatty is able to get the break inside the bomb site. And what a read here for Freezy. If only was able to connect that shot, though. But the time is ticking down. Bomb is planted. 35 seconds left on the clock. Two-man pinch here coming in from the flank, though. And Freezy is just doing his job so well here, taking care of the players from the front line. Now left alone, player Mako with a Fennec in hand. 1v4 situation. Don't even need to go for the pickup at all. They know exactly where he is, and they just want to go for the shutdown.
Oh no, he's about to be chased. Freezy slides in. Oh, can't get the shot. Mako's still alive, but Tokyo quickly hops up to get that trade. Almost a 1v3 there. But here's the thing I did not notice for the first 6 rounds. Freezy, we know him playing the SMG. He knows how to play it fast, but he is taking that sniper role, becoming the flex player for Scotty. So that's a nice development on his character, honestly, as it's just, you know, more an all-arounder now. Moving into Garena Masters VI, just getting that oversight at the top red, watching over where Sage Ultimate will try to take that bomb. So far, it's been Linian at the A side. Number 4 in yellow in Tokyo. He'll be the first flare to defend that connectors up against A square.
Oh, good timing there for the set of Justin, taking down Freezy though. And with an opener right there towards the B bomb side, they should bite the rotation down, but they want to go for the isolation. Tokyo finding a double before he goes down. The impact is right there. Sanji gets the hit marker though, but the scan comes in here for Corvin. They should bring in the numbers towards their side, and finally they can put a stop into the momentum here as Chroma is all alone, down dark. Hyera goes down. Justin's there for the trade, and finally Sage Ultimate getting another round back to their side.
Scotty could have played through Tokyo and have someone reinforce him so that he was able to deliver the killing blow on whoever was the last guy standing for Sage Ultimate at A long. But again, mistakes happens. Sage Ultimate takes their second round win. Definitely a lot more rounds in order to tie this one up. They have been doing better at fighting the first blood. Just trying to create plays for this squad. Mako putting himself in a very aggressive spot at top mid, while Hyera is holding down Winery, approaching scaffolding, spots no information at the A square so far.
Now, it's a very slow approach here towards the A bomb side. 4 players here located in the A side here for the set of Scatty, so it's all going to come down to the timing here for Sage. Proper usage of utility is something that we have to see.
Oh, Tokyo is in a very aggressive spot there, holding down boxes. Now approaching the shadows, down at the tarpaulins, at the scaffolding, you name it. A 2-1-2 split for them. One is going to be cutting off that rotation on the mid-map. That's going to be Sanji, the main sniper, able to take down Mako, who's just kind of playing his life at that main route. First blood in favor for Scatty. They take 2 members down, and they're feeling confident as they send out Tokyo to play aggressive at the connectors.
When you have a sniper-dominant team on the other side, you can't afford to play slow like this. Especially when Corvin is struggling right now in regards to his performance. Chicken gonna be that man, try to make the play, but unfortunately they don't get the read. But at the same time, Chicken is quick to respond. You know, Tokyo goes down. Numbers depleted down. Justin taking down mids. Chroma fighting Corvin out. And it's just all gonna come down to Chicken himself in a 1v3. But can he go for the scan though? Looking like he wants to bring Justin back to the battlefield.
10 seconds. 10 seconds is left. There's not much time. They have to play for elimination. Chicken cannot get it in time. Chroma finds himself a 3-piece on this round. One with the AR. And the last 2 remaining players he took down with the LW3 Tundra, I believe was a collateral if I'm not mistaken. And now they are at game point. 1 round away from taking a 2-0 series. And man, just proving that the progress and the hard work is showing, right? It's paying out right now for Scatty. Freezy with the scope once again deals the first blood, gives himself 12 kills, and his partner in Sanji takes X Chicken. 5v3 now.
The impact of the scopes is just showing here for the side of Scatty. And now the collapse comes in here for the side of Sage. They're falling into shambles. Soon enough, about to be the defeat. Freezy here going out of his mind, pushing up with a Tundra. And now all alone is going to be King Corbin himself. Can he remain to be king, or is he going to fall?
Corbin is trying to get this rescue for his teammates, but he already dealt the damage up against Freezy. Now he is getting hunted down. 1v2. Can he clutch it up?
Play passively. Scatty, they don't need to go for the push. Just wait it out. Play for the crossfire. He does spot down Sanji. Don't know exactly where Chroma is at. Sanji getting tagged up. Chroma. He can go for the chow right now, and the crossfire lives on, but Sanji with an L-car gets the trade, and Scatty shuts down Sage. 7-2, we go.
On their own map pick too, they're fully confident once again. Freezy is the next best thing in Garena MSP, and everybody needs to watch out. This guy he has the same pacing as PJ and also the marksmanship of Young J. All right, this is amazing. Nice progress that we're seeing for Scotty all throughout the seasons that they've been playing. And Freezy being the main man, he is delivering every time.
I mean, I must say, small doubt for Scatty was going to my way, but hey, damn owning search and rescue now up against Sage. This dominantly goes to show that over time, a team can absolutely reform themselves and become a team that we could look up for. This is Scatty right here, and I'm so excited what they can offer even more. I know for a fact the series is not yet done. We're still moving over to control later on, but man, safe to say, Scatty is bound to win this 1-3-0, completely proving us wrong here, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see it coming already, but I just wanted to bet on the underdog, and you double down with me. So there's no one at the desk that supporting Scatty. Hopefully the viewers does have some support over towards the other side, right?
A lot, man.
And yeah, I saw a message down there in the comment section, and they said it's a C8 versus C8. Well, it does remind me of C8 versus C8 back in Season 1 and Season 2, right? You got Justin, you got Hyera, you got Freezy on the other side, and the talents just continue to grow as the games just progress in the Garena Masters season. And yeah, a 2-0 lead, it is difficult for Sage to try to come and bounce back. I mean, they were overwhelmed with this scope, with the AR, with the SMG. They tried to take as much as creativity in terms of trying to break down the defense and the offense coming in from Scatty, but every time they fall, the gunfight was the difference.
Well, I mean, Sanji, very impactful right there, but you can take away the credits as well from the side of Freezy. And that last and final round, I mean, talk about the openers right there. Freezy got the first kill, then all of a sudden Sanji got the kill as well with the scope. The tandemship between Freezy and Sanji here is just absolutely spot on. Now, a bit of a trivia history here is that Chroma and Sanji used to play for Odin, but they quickly moved over to the roster of Scatty here altogether. I thought that the tandemship between Chroma and Sanji was going to be the most prevalent amongst all. It was actually Freezy and Sanji. The dual sniper setup here is very dangerous, Callie.
I wonder how much kills Sanji and Freezy combined for this match, because that Freezy alone had themselves at least 12 or 13 kills with that sniper, and it just is insane stat coming in from him. He got his MVP taken away from him all because of the plants from Chroma, but yeah, nonetheless, a great victory for Scatty on this altercation. And man, look at the scoreline. 7-2, 9 rounds of action. Freezy with 13, Sanji with 9. And that is just insane. 22 kills combined by the snipers.
Yeah, Freezy, 13 kills. Sanji making his role pretty deserving here. 9 kills for him. Mids didn't have to do much. After all, it was a 7-2 win here for their team. Corvin, Mako tied up for 7. That's going to be 14 overall. Hera and Justin is going to be struggling at the bottom side here, and I don't know if I can lean towards Sage actually finding a recovery here for control, as this game mode right here is so reliant in regards to gunfights, and it hasn't been the most promising here for Sage coming in from the last 2 modes.
Taking a look at our post-match head-to-head, Scatty obviously dominates the total kills. They probably have the total rescue in there as well. And yeah, this is just Scotty introducing themselves. This is not the toughest competition yet. They might want to challenge Smart Omega for that #1 spot. I think it's definitely possible with the kind of pacing that they threw in at that Hardpoint Summit. Especially that was the give for me, right? If you can play fast and overwhelm these members every time up against your opponents, there's definitely a great chance for the team to absolutely crush it up against a tougher team in Smart Omega that happens to fall under the same proof as them.
I mean, I'm just like, gathering my thoughts here and what is the potential of Scatty. And there is a lot here, man. So much potential. And if they can really like polish it up even more in regards to their system, I can absolutely see how Scatty can really claim not just even like the #3 spot at all. I mean, we might have a very big dark horse here, Callie.
Scotty's been like that since they started competing in Greater Set. Back when they still had Cisco and Chirac and Stirpy on the team, they've always been considered to become the next best thing in Garena MSP. But this lineup right here that he said looking to become the best version of Scotty as a team itself just is proving to the point that, yeah, they're definitely ready. Now is their time. It's just all about proving themselves up against a bigger opponent in Group B. They just try to fry the bigger fish in this group itself. As we take a look at our maps and modes and see how this gameplay develops. 2 maps in favor for Scotty. Now we're taking a look at Control Arsenal up next. Still going to be map picked by them. So they totally got everything, got every card in themselves at the moment to get themselves a 3-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, with Summit Hardpoint, Search and Rescue Tunisia already out of the pool, we're now moving over to Control Arsenal, and Control Arsenal is really relying in regards to map control. And that is something that Sage was struggling at most, especially in Summit. I mean, yes, for sure, they were able to get the power positions for Green Radar all the way down to, like, back red for P4, but there was just a bit of a mistake right there in regards to the allocation of which way they want to hold on to. And Scatty was able to make the most out of it. They were able to flank around, go for the pinch, and win that exclusive gunfight inside the hill itself. This is going to be very similar here for Arsenal Control. If ever they are not going to be able to polish that factor element up, we can see Sage not just win the Series 3-0, but specifically for Control, it might just be a 3-0 run here because the gunfights is more dominant. The map control is much more seen as well. So, Sage, are they going to accept this blowout, or are they finally going to be able to show up?
Oh, it's all up to them, right? We can't really predict what's going to happen on this matchup, but one thing for sure, you need to prevent this spawn trap at happening. There's a lot of instances in Seaside and Arsenal where a team just send out one guy into just taking over the spawn location and just try to cut down 2 or 3 members before being taken down. And that right there is such a big move for a team, because that delays the push coming in from where they want to take that hit, but also just decreases and removes some lives at the life count department in favoring and helping your team at least get the win through these eliminations. And one thing for sure for Scotty, the SMG's been pretty efficient. Scotty Freezy's been owning it so far in the 2 maps of action that we got running. And I'm not surprised if he's going to be the one stepping off for Scotty to take a lot of these eliminations and just pushing through. So Sage needs to come in, locked in and ready. In this map #3, our things might just spiral out of control once again.
Yeah, there was so seen earlier that they were really struggling in regards to what kind of decisions they want to put up in Search and Rescue. Hardpoint had some clear intentions right here and then, but they weren't able to execute it with the gunfights. Control is going to be a mix of both. You can take things slower, you can go barging and blitzkrieging towards a control point. And guess what? If ever, let's say they are just down because of the morality coming in from the last 2 game modes, well expected. Going to be another run here for Scotty. Things that they got to worry about now is really how to set the team back to their proper mindset, because if ever it's not going to be the case, once again, Scotty is just going to be able to make the most out of it.
Yeah, Scotty not only has Freezy there. I mean, Chroma, recent addition from the team, used to play for Odine, if I'm not mistaken, but never mind that, right? I mean, this is definitely a squad that's going to try to just milk every map that they can get and just taking away the chances of Sage and every players that they will meet in this lobby to just put it through. Right now we get our final game of the day, Scotty versus Sage Ultimate. Map number 3, Control Arsenal. We got Scotty starting on the defensive side. Let's see how well the defense is fortified as they try to hold it down up against Sage, who's on the attack.
Yeah, Sage wanted to go for a 1-4 split here. One player towards Window's side and having a lot of forces here to go for the break here on this A control point. And now we get to see a clear up here coming in from the side of Sage. They should be able to rack some contestment in, but instead they go for a push. They want to go for the cutoff. I mean, I'm not really going against it, but that was such a missed opportunity here for Sage.
Yeah, now Tokyo will be able to push up all the way to the elevators. Now he's going to try to cut up every player that he sees on this cafeteria, right? And that's gonna give his team, again, a lot of space. And the body shot just going through for Tokyo. All right, the spot drop is ensued. Let's see how well he does hold up, while Chicken is able to get the punish.
And then, but hey, if the punish is there for the side of Chickens, mid is already in rotation as well to go for a possible spawn trap as well. But Corbin is there to shut him down. But time is not going to be in the favor of Sage. And if only they were able to contest that A point instead of going extensively to the direction of Scotty, till then they would have more playing grounds.
Yeah, 9 seconds is left on the attack side for Sage. Closest player on a site is number 5 in yellow in Hyera. All the way to the B side, Tokyo still doing most of the work. Just trying to intercept players coming in from the cafeteria. Mako, last wave of contest, 3 seconds left. Still got 8 members, but the defense works and will connect for Scotty. Map control, again, will be the name of the game as we have a couple of their players just extending out 70-30 on the map.
Yeah, Scotty is just looking to be a more defined team here compared to Sage. I'm not going to be calling this one out, but at the same time, I feel like just Sage is just playing in autopilot mode. No sense of direction. Very scattered around. I'm just hoping to see right now that they're going to be able to have a better look here on the defensive side. So far, we get to see Scotty here investing 4 players here going to the direction of the B control point, while player 3, Freezy, doing whatever he can do right now to go for this wrap around. And if ever Scotty is going to be able to get the wipe here on this B control point, a spawn trap surely would come to their way.
Oh boy, man, there's the spawn trap is coming in their way as well, but they've already done 1 segment on the B side, which is going to take a couple of, ingress, and they'll be able to extend another minute on that, but they're going to try to cancel down the attack at the B side, try to take that hit over towards A. This time, Tokyo will be the front man. He's been the bane for Sage Ultimate for so long on this map so far, and they still do have to configure out Mako, where Tokyo absolutely crushes, and now he brings out the equalizer. Anyone that passes through the doorway will be shredded into pieces. 1 segment already done by 1 man. A couple of members will be coming in for Scotty. That will be Sanji that will help this push be a lot faster as Tokyo tries to extend out. We'll find 1 value off that operator before getting taken down. The life count still going to be pretty close, and Sage Ultimate just doing well, standing their fortress on the defense, but right now a little bit on the lapses and decision making when it comes to trying to rid away the B side up against Scotty.
Yeah, when you're at this level of point of the game where the life count is all equal, you gotta find means to, let's say if you're on the side of Sage, you gotta talk about which control point you want to prioritize, and so far A control point is already gone. So you're gonna stand strong here for this B parameter. And now looking at the defensive format here for the set of Sage, they are actually longing to get some spawn trap, but they're not able to get any kills at all. The spawn in here for Tokyo extending towards the spawn, and I think he wants to go for a spawn trap as well.
Yeah, there we go. He already found 2. And is just trying to help his team win through eliminations here. But again, loving the kickback that we're seeing for Sage Ultimate as they read off Tokyo from the spawn location. Force this Scotty team to play that reset. Now, 1 minute and 15 to just hold down to be able to get this round win on the defensive side. Is Sage Ultimate holding it down a lot tighter this time compared to the attack side that they just witnessed, but they are bringing the big guns now. I'm talking about Scotty here, pushing over to the B side. Freezy brings out the claw, Sanji brings out the Sparrow. A couple of players coming in from the staircase here, and Sanji will not be able to deflect all those members. Hayero brings out the Purifier at the best time. Now extending out, playing with his life out there. And now this is going to be the play that will make it in favor for Sage Ultimate to take a round on the defensive side. Just one more member to take down. That's going to be the best player on the other side in Freezy on a 1v4 with 37 seconds left.
Yeah, if you're on a set of Sage, you gotta find means to get those setups for the crossfire. Freezy is a player more than capable of clutching situations like this. Has 25 seconds? No! But this is the first shot onto Justin, and finally, we are seeing some sense of life here for the set of Sage. They claim their own round as well.
And no matter what Scotty threw in at the B and the A side, those early segments just being captured, Sage was not unfazed. They always tried to put up such a tough fight, right? And that's what you want to have moving into this attack side. You want to be scrappy, you want to get all of those contests, and you want to be prepared for all of those gunfights as we head into the laboratory. Corbin and crew gonna four stack their way in at the A side.
Now we are seeing here in heavy investment here from the side of Chicken. War Machine for him. They are able to zone out this A parameter. But Tokyo will be able to get a beautiful triple right there. And that's going to be the wave that Scatty has been longing to get. And now that's going to be opening a lot more opportunities for another spawn trap here, man. They're losing out of their mind. I mean, player 3 Freezy already extended up. And if ever Sage loses another wave, this is bound to be disaster for them.
Yeah, playing the Fennec role here this time for Scotty. Freezy is just going to get the race there. Just a -3 on the life count department if you're Sage Ultimate. But look at the positioning that's being held here by player number 5 in Chroma from the Cranes. You also got number 2 in Sanji holding down the Gardens into the subway. That's the optimal spot you want to be at. Just look at this wall banks to go through. Here doing one segment on the A sides. A lot more to do. Scotty's still on rotation.
Very doable here for Sage, but you gotta deal with the leech here. Tokyo inside his fence. Overall, the map control here for the set of Scatty is just so hard to read. Yes, for sure, Sage here is barging towards his A control point, but they're about to get pinched down here by Scatty.
Now, wow, nice response there for Mako and Corvin on the kill feed, but they still gotta worry about the players at the windows. Still going to be 2 members in there from Scatty. Mako, I know he knows. Does he find elimination? No! Mids is able to turn it up, but finally a trade will be happening. 1:16 left for Sage Ultimate to try to take a crack on this B site. They still got that full mid-map control. Just need to let Corbin vent and get some shots. Just be careful to not get that emergency alert happening. Hayera. Now they bring up the Sparrow right in time. And there we go. Justin finds a double, forcing 2 members of Scotty to reset.
Life count here all equal. It's all going to come down to the perfection of the execution. The retake tries to come in here for the side of Scatty, but the denial comes in here for a moment. Coming in from Sage. Back and forth gunplay. Another operator well ready to get invested here for Corbin.
Yeah, just one more segment to do if you're Sage Ultimate here. Scotty just trying to extend out. Freezy brings out the claw. Finds himself a triple. This is a 6v4. Still doable. But number 3 in yellow and Justin needs to survive at the vents, but he gets knocked down by Sage. Just Sage Chroma. And man, this game is as close as it can get. Sanji playing the front line, shredding it to pieces. Hayer cannot get it on. Back against the wall. Corbin can bring out the claw here. You can see number 5 in blue and Chroma just going in for a flank. He's got a Purifier in hand. He can end it here. Spots 1. Cannot get it through. Corbin! Nice defense. Still 20 seconds to push through, but Tokyo intercepting Chicken at the jet decks. And Freezy's trying to haunt down the last member in Corbin. He's got the sound cue. There's not much time left. Corbin is forced to make a play. And he brings out the claw. Thinking this is the best time for him to clutch it up. Spots the head, but Tokyo still working his way through. Utilizing the head bitch to his name. And Scotty inches it closer as they take that 3rd round.
Awful investment coming in from the claw. You don't want to see that type of investment, especially when it's only a 2v1 situation. And that's going to be biting Sage down once more. Scatty here. One more round. Match point advantage for Dan. If they're able to claim this one through, it is going to be a 3-0 win here for the series in favor for Scatty.
All right, Justin. You're on the defensive side once again. Your team managed to take one away up against Scotty, but now they are surging, right? I mean, look at all the yellow feeds coming in on the top left side of the map, top left side of the game screen. But again, trades will be essential for Chroma, but they're back at the spawns, trying to take that B side hit this time. 3 Flamers will be there, while Chroma works his way down at the artilleries. Now, nice defense that we're seeing for Scatty at that mid map, but just be careful that Sanji will try to lurk, get some shots in.
Things are pretty slow here so far, comparing it to how it has been down for the last and previous round, but things might just go out here. This B control point. Big challenge coming in from each end of the spectrum, but on the feet aggressively, dominantly, it's still going to be painted in blue, painted in Scatty.
But the tough part here is that Scatty can just go in for a spawn trap at the staircases. To help that smoke, they can just spray it down. But look at that utilization to go through, right? But only for them to get taken away by Chroma, who invested that purifier.
With this B control point already captured here for the set of Scatty. A lot of time left, a lot of lives left compared to how it's looking like here for the set of Sage. 19-13 here, Cali. And now we get to see Scatty here is breaking loose as Mids takes over the front lines with a War Machine on a 4-3.
Yeah, just letting him know it there at 22 kills to his name. Brings out the bread, finds a double on the artilleries, and that's how you want to end the game, with a banger, with some explosions added to it as well, just to spice things up. And we got Scatty, the next best thing in Garena MSP, just showing what they can do up against this mightier teams, and they better watch out as this team is growing as fast as they can at becoming the next Garena juggernaut that we got in this region. One remember to take down in Mako. No choice. He's being hunted. And he's trying to win this gunfight, but the hunter from Mids ends it. And Scatty takes a 3-0. And look at this. Well, emotes are available in game, but they're trying to emote in real life as well. Okay, we'll take that.
You should actually add an emote that does the 3-0 sign here. Congratulations, Scatty. Ye shall not doubt Scatty. 3-0 dominant force. Coming again, stated it before. This is looking to be the strongest lineup Scatty has ever formed in the Garena Masters series.
Yeah, even though they have 2 players, Kanopi and Sanji, being being the rookies on this team, right? They definitely are not shying away in participating in the kills. They are hungry, they are greedy for those, and that's exactly what Scatty needed, right? And now that they found the perfect recipe, the perfect lineup, now I just want to see this team go up against Smart Omega, right? I mean, of course, they're gonna meet since they happen to be at the same group, but it's gonna take a lot of days before we actually see that matchup happen, and it just makes me look over the days that we got for Garena Masters VI, right? This match, right, definitely will define whatever the outcome will be once we hit the playoffs.
Which is really impressive here. I mean, I know for a fact, and we all know for a fact, it's going to be a different look, different nature, and only the best out of the best will be able to qualify for the playoffs. And Scatty, with the performance they were able to showcase up against Sage, they are looking to be that top team, that part of the top 4 teams that will be able to qualify for the playoffs. But hey, Callie, it's only the first day here for this Group B. Things can change later on. If ever, let's say the consistency remains the same here for Scatty, then our statement will get lived on.
Yeah, for sure. But I wanted just to stick with the narrative that Scatty is the next best thing in Garena MSP with this roster that they got available inside, right? And yeah, this will be the build-up that we're gonna have as we approach the days of Group B. Obviously, they are one of the 2 teams that is already looking like a front runner for this one. We still got the Lulus, we got Odine still on this group that might just be able to get a 3rd and 4th spot, but anything can happen in this Group B. There are a lot of teams that are trying to make sure that their squad gets to be heard. Right now, let's take a look at our post-game breakdown and see who is the MVP for this 3rd map of the day. Tokyo with 24 and 14, definitely someone that can turn it up, right? He was holding down the laboratory all by himself, and he managed to score a 3-piece, not once, not twice, but 3 times in a round, dude.
Yeah, this guy's map control and map awareness is just so spot on, man. And that's something that you'd want to have for your team. Tokyo, Freezy, Mid, Sanji, Chroma. I mean, okay. Want to talk about drastic player improvements here? Mids, Brody. I mean, this guy has been all around teams as well in the community scene. And with Mids actually reforming himself, proving himself, filling the role of a support, it's just so impressive to see. And this guy has been pretty consistent coming in from the last few game modes as well. So Scotty having a system now locked in is pretty something that you have to watch out for.
And then not even a negative KD coming in from Scotty here, right? And hello there, mister. Yeah, Sage definitely needs a lot more work on their SMG. I feel like they were outdid by Tokyo and Freezy once we hop into those close range combat, especially by the cafeteria and the laboratory. And looking at the objective, looking at Scotty and their score at 1-0, they did win that defensive round. And on the kill side, it's going to be a plus 40 on their end. And they had only a 1.0 KD, by the way, overall as a team here. And Sage Ultimate just on a 0.90 something. Still not bad, but gotta do better on the next.
Yeah, you have to do better. Absolutely. I mean, top two teams that we were able to mention earlier as well is that Smart Omega and Scotty is bound to be the teams that would be able to qualify surely for the playoffs. Sage Ultimate, they showed the same thing that we were able to see coming in from like the AX Prestige and Smart Omega matchup, is that there was room for potential. Obviously, decent gameplay is not going to be enough. You have to be spot on. You have to be confident. You have to be well executed in regards to your strategies. And that's something that just really lacked upon here for the side of Sage.
Yeah, the gunfights was definitely non-existent, especially at the Hardpoint Summit, where it ended at 250-25. The only time where we saw a great traction from Sage was at the last Hardpoint, back in P1, where obviously they had an equalizer invested by one of their members. But as soon as he hopped in, right, Scotty only needed one more point to be able to score the game and advance with a 1-0 on the best of 3 that we got happening in these matches between these two teams, right? Then, yeah, when we move into search and rescue, same exact thing happened. Freezy game, 7-2.
Yeah, to wrap things off here for the series overall, it's going to be 250-125 favor for Scotty. Sage will not be able to score anything in search and rescue, let alone control. 7-2 and 3-1 is the scoreline here. Congratulations, Scotty, for being up there with Smart Omega for this group stage so far.
And not going to be consistent, though, because, again, there is still going to be other matches that they're going to have to play here. Again, 8 teams, only 4 will be advancing to the playoffs. And so far for Scotty, yeah, again, looking like a front runner, but what kind of placement are they going to be taking? Because, of course, there are still teams like the Lulus, Smart Omega, and that is still in this group that is looking to try to prove themselves and trying to beat the, the deal breaker, take that #1 spot and just go up against the #4 team in Group A. But the highlights, obviously, for this Tunisia was how well Freezy was able to light it up with that scope. You obviously see this guy try to utilize an SMG every time, but he came in there, scored 13 kills by himself.
And just by looking at the pre-qualifiers game as well, we were able to see that Scotty was able to take down Adine, and that is why Adine had to face the losers bracket 2-1. So the overall power ranking here for the side of Scotty just makes so much sense in why they are up here so far in this very group stage.
Mid's just trying to pull through the last segment of this highlights, right? I mean, this is the one way for you to go out. He was finding so much value of his operator, and this was withstanding on the 2 games that he managed to play here so far. And your MVP for this match, Scotty Freezy, again the prodigy, playing since Garena Masters Season 1, finally having a breakout year, giving the viewers something to look forward to as we approach the Group B day schedule that we got for Garena Masters 6. Freezy's got himself 76 kills, 3,601 average score, 1.52 KDA, and what's more surprising is he's not using the equalizer to get tons of this kill. The claw was finding so much value within his hands, especially when he played at Control Arsenal.
This kid was all around the topic for Mama eSports as well back then, but unfortunately, serving as the same role as PJ, and he was just not, unfortunately, like qualified because of his age. But fortunately, I'm pretty sure he's old enough now to make it past and play all throughout these years of competition for Call of Duty Mobile. So hey, Freezy starting strongly here for this Green Masters 6 first series up against Sage, getting the MVP.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's not just Freezy that you need to watch. I mean, Tokyo, he's a bigger threat all on his own too. The SMG line for Scotty definitely can rival the top dogs that we got currently, the top 3 teams that we have in Master 6, which is Stalwart, eSports, Elevate, as well as Smart Omega. And there's still a lot more teams that can really rival them, right? Maybe Team Star Magic, as it's going to be interesting should we find this team go up against each other come playoff time, right? But we're still at day 2 of Garena Masters 6. There's still a lot of days for us to figure out who exactly will be the threat for each of these teams. But one thing more than likely for Scotty, for all of the series and all of the seasons that they've played so far, Freezy has been the constant thing. He's been amazing and he's been pretty consistent with every performance he takes into consideration. And every time he appears on the season, the improvement is visible. And starting the season off with an MVP and scoring yourself 13 kills with an entirely different weapon and a different role speaks a lot on the hard work that this player has been allocating just to become the next greatest player for Garena MSP.
You know what's interesting here is that Freezy and Seven is not playing the same team anymore. I remember back then where Seven and Freezy was separate, inseparable, and now we are seeing here Freezy just standing alone. Seven himself is a very remarkable player. Freezy away from him, looking to be not a problem at all. I mean, fortunately, Freezy is still surrounded with the same amount of arsenal, even possibly better. I mean, that's something that we have to find out soon enough, because Team Star Magic does have 7 on their team.
Yeah, I mean, the 7... this brings back to the topic I meant to say, right? Team Star Magic and Scotty in playoffs will be nice, because it will be the friends in 7 and Freezy that will go up against each other, not just fighting for who's better, but trying to inch their team closer into trying to advance deeper into the playoffs. And wrapping things up on this day, right? Tons of 3-0s. Kind of expected Sage to go away that map number 3, if not for Mids and Freezy's late game ability, right?
I mean, late game ability wise, Scotty, they are all well renowned. Mids has his own highlights, Tokyo as well. You get to see Sanji, and you know, for hardpoint we had Kenobi there popping off, serving the same role as Freezy right there. Only a kill away, no, 2 kills away from getting the initial same impact with Freezy. So this whole roster for Scotty, there is no absolute lapses whatsoever. It's just all going to come down to the future systems that they're going to be able to provide for their near opponents.
I can't agree more with that, right? But of course, this is not the end for Sage Ultimate. They'll be facing AAA Odine at day 4 of Garena Masters 6, and this is going to be an amazing matchup, as it is a sister team versus sister team. You try to take a look at the past history between these 2 teams that we mentioned, right? But of course, for Scotty, they'll be facing the Lulus, which is also another contender in Group B, and managed to take down Revox and Victa at match 1 in day 2 for the day, right? So that will be development that we can really determine who will take that number 2 spot, because if Scotty and the Lulu have a great fight, whoever wins that absolutely can crush it and just play for those sittings. Absolutely.
Unfortunately, I got the news here that we're not going to be able to have an interview here with Scotty, so very unfortunate. I had some similar questions on how it went down there for Smart Omega, especially with the acquisition of Kenobi and Sanji. Why did they pick them? I mean, disregarding the performance that they had, want to know more insights from them, but that's something that we got to reserve for the next time that they're going to be able to win the series.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And we're going to be looking at the standings in a while, but one thing for sure, tomorrow will be an amazing battle once again, because Group A will be playing, and you all know, Stalwarts eSports, Elevate, Team Star Magic, Difficult Oblivion. Oh my god, there's a lot of teams in there. That's just amazing, right? Definitely the group of death. But for Group B, it's all about proving yourself. It's the proving grounds for all of these amazing teams. Now, so take a look at our standings in here. The Lulus will be taking that number 1 spot finally here in Group B, followed by Omega, Scotty, then Revox and Victa.
Bit of a slight correction here. AAA Dane will have a serious win as well because the concedement there from the side of Big Boys happened earlier. So very unfortunate right there that we weren't really able to see Odine and Big Boys play. But for Group A, obviously, we were able to see that yesterday's run where Stalwart Esports was able to win a 3-0 alongside with Elevate, Tyrant, Akari. Team Star Magic did struggle against Dovahkiin Oblivion at some part of the spectrum there, no. Hence why they're not going to be able to have to... We're going to have that solidified 3-0 point system. So everything is pretty much falling into the same narrative that we were somewhat predicting here for Group A here, Cali.
Yeah, hands down, Stalwart and Elevate will take that number 1 and 2 respectively. Now, who's going to take that top 3 and top 4 will be the biggest question, right? And obviously for Tyrant Akari, they can maintain that spot only if they manage to take down DVK tomorrow at match number 3. Coming in tomorrow, same timing as today, 5 p.m. plus 8 GMT. And obviously, we got our first line of card that will be Elevate going up against Pegasus. Stalwart Esports will be following them up against Exclusive. Then you do got DVK Oblivion and Akari in there. And to wrap the day off, that's Team Star Magic versus Savage Immortal EA.
Yeah, I mean, in some way, looking at their schedule here, Exclusive can't really catch a break here. First day, they went up against Elevate, and they showed us how dominant Elevate is at first standoff hardpoint. So let's see what kind of preparation they will be showing up against Stalwart, but that's something for us to find out tomorrow, Cali.
Yeah, and again, the battle for the top 4 spot at Group A will be the interesting part here because we already know Team Star Magic was able to take down DVK Oblivion, right? And now Tyrant Akari and DVK Oblivion will be the ones fighting for the top 4. And if they can play a hell of a game tomorrow, that will gladly determine who's going to make it to the playoffs, right? But yeah, on behalf of Enzo, once again, this is Garena Masters VI Group B Day 2, finally said and done. Lots of donuts that we got today served, ready for delivery. Hopefully tomorrow we got more close game action, right? Once again, we will see you guys tomorrow, 5 p.m. plus 8 GMT. This is Garena Masters Season 6. See you guys tomorrow.
Peace out.